What up? What up? We got S tier Hank. What's up, buddy?
Hey, I'm here.
Yeah. So anyone who wants, you're welcome to click on the link below and join. I think David is still on a sleep crash break. He hasn't been very communicative, so not much to update there. How you been, Frank? Hank?
Yeah,
How's-
ironically, neither have I. I haven't been. I lowered my panel time because it hasn't been showing up for. So, for
yeah.
example, wasn't here last week.
Well, you were in the comments last week.
Yeah,
Yeah. I think somebody scared you on panel and you didn't have the balls to come on or something, right? Is that what happened? That's the narrative.
sure, we go with that.
We can go with that.
Yeah, get your bingo cards off. Figure out who, because I don't know.
So lots of stuff happened last week, I guess. There's a presidential debate. Did you see that one?
Heck no,
No? Why not?
waste my time.
Waste your time. Did you see any of the clips afterwards or anything? Any of the
Nope.
no? All right. So what is less of a waste of your time then?
I watched whole math during the presidential debate and asked him a question.
Homath, this is a YouTuber?
Yep, he's a YouTuber.
Okay. Are you buying into that whole manosphere stuff? Are you looking at all that stuff?
No, I debated against the red pill a couple of weeks ago. So I mean,
What's your argument against red pill?
it can't work. It can't. Doing the rituals can't doesn't affect your attractiveness level by any significant margin. So it just
Oh, you mean in
just
terms of functionality and working? What do you what do
yeah.
you
I'm
what do
blue
you think
pill.
about like the general philosophy on and the dynamics and all that stuff?
Well, if you're attractive, going out and doing the rituals will work, but not doing the rituals will work too, because you're already attractive. But if you're not attractive, doing the rituals won't make a
Yeah,
difference.
you're talking more about like pickup, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're already attractive, you don't have to do pickup. And if you're not attractive, doing pickup won't help you.
Really? Okay.
So that would make me blue pill because I
So
don't think those rituals have an effect really.
how will you become attractive?
You, I don't know. You're born the right person, had the right genes, and they're activated at the right time. Then you're attractive, and
Yeah, I don't
if
think
you
that's
can
true.
exercise, yeah, you can exercise a bit. That'll make a measurable difference.
Yeah, I think you're looking at just like the physical side of attraction, but there's more to attraction than just the physical side. Especially with women, I know, I guess men in general, not all of them, but are more looking on the look side, which is kind of
Yeah,
weird
which
because
is
the
why
looks.
which is why all the male Hollywood actors had to take steroids because women don't care about male attractiveness. That's why they're on steroids.
Right. So I mean, you could increase your attractiveness technically by like not on the look side, on the charisma side, on the
I've been doing panels for a year,
yeah.
so if I didn't increase it and to a significant measure with that, I know what to
I'm sure you
do.
did. Yeah, I'm sure you did. And you got the hats going. That's good. You got the matching hats.
I even got Arpo told me to get glasses like Morpheus too, so I have these too. These I can still
Right.
see the screen because they're polarized.
Nice. But
But
now we
this
don't
is
know where you're looking. We can't track your eyes.
yeah. But if this hasn't made a it's just a significant difference, a measurable difference, then I don't really know what to do.
If you rock faster, you'll have a Ray Charles aura about you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But there's still people who insist, well, I'm just not trying hard enough. But I'm telling them that I could try an infinite amount of whatever they want me to do and won't have any effect. And they just don't believe me. So
Yeah, it's probably. I mean, yeah, it's a big problem nowadays too. You can see. Hey, what's up, man? You can see that the marriage rates are down, the child rates are down. People aren't getting together as easily, which is weird because you'd think like the dating apps would increase access, but all it does is separate people more, or yeah, make certain criteria more. Yeah, I don't know. So something's got to give, something's got to change. Like lots of people out there looking for someone, they're just not finding them for some reason. I wonder if there's going to be like a solution. What are you pulling up here?
Yeah, there's a super chat sent to home math, and I'll just say back his answer rather than play the.
Oh, you sent him money. Okay.
Yeah.
So now he actually has to pay attention to you.
Yeah. That's why. That's
Okay.
what I do with my money instead of buying a psychotherapist to listen to me, since I could talk to people on panels. They actually listen better than the psychotherapists do.
Yeah. So you went to some guy for advice who calls himself Homath.
Of course, because he
Of
makes
course.
very good presentations.
Okay. All right.
But
I mean,
yeah,
it's your
so I
money.
asked him. Yeah, so I asked him how do I get tall, white, holistic men to understand that just talking to women doesn't work for me because my base attraction hit rate is too low. And he says, well, you pretty much make fun of them instead because you're not going to get it. You probably tell them once to see if they have enough brain power to figure it out, but not just make fun of them. Which I actually started before sending that super chat in, so I'm well on my way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not something I've been. I mean, I have processed it. It's just not something I've been overly processing. It's like, what would be the solution to this problem that's going on now? What could you do? Like,
It's some problems are unsolvable in whatever.
I mean, it's always been a problem, right? You used to have arranged marriages or setting people up, and now no one's setting anyone up anymore. Yeah. I know a lot of the advice is like go and join like a salsa class or something like that. Like go and join a class. Yeah.
Go join church, join the salsa class. It's
Right.
Go do volunteer work. Oh my,
Right.
those people are super suspect. Don't give away your labor for free.
Right.
Then you get validated. No, that I'm outright saying that's a scam. Period.
Running clubs and bouldering, right? That'll work.
Yeah, I could join a running club, but if you look really, really good, you don't even need to join a club. You're just there, and you'll get hit on. So,
I'm not sure that's how it works, Hank. I don't know.
I'm sure that's how it works. What's his name?
You have to break the ice somehow and get to know each other. And like, let's say your person is out there, the one who likes you, and you just have to get her to notice you or to talk to you or to, I don't know, to interact with her. You got to break through that wall, like that barrier, that initial barrier, and actually get to know each other. And you have to be interested in them too, like as people, which you got to work on that too. Yeah.
So I need like psychic powers to know who's attracted to me.
No, because they don't know it yet either. They don't know it yet. Just exposure, and I think like, I don't know, this is advice that's worked for me, right? It's just be friends with people. And then, the more people you're friends with, the more they care about you, the more you care about them, the more you can talk about things. And who knows, they might have a friend they think is right for you, or who knows?
I never get any kind of introduction. In fact, most of the time they say you go find them yourself. So I'm not that important.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Go find them yourself doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it says I don't get introductions all that often. It's probably not gonna work. But I'm used for. People like to use me for labor. That's.
Have you looked for like singles clubs in your area, or like Lauren was saying, running clubs? Or
yeah, I joined and quit many of those. Yes.
Yeah, you joined and quit many of them.
Yes.
Have you formed friendships with people there? Like,
kind of, but I end up cutting them off too because they're just just want me as another hand to do their job or whatever.
Yeah, no, you don't want to be their slave. You want to be their friend. You want to hang out.
Well, they need more friends. We need more slaves, and that's what they got pigeonholed into.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I pulled out most of my volunteer work. In fact, I'm leaving
How old
my
are you now,
current
Hank?
church. 32.
32?
Yes.
I mean, that's about the age, a little bit older, but where people are starting to get together and settle down these days.
But I didn't even get to have my fun. So
You'd get to have your fun.
No, I didn't. So we're bad territory.
Fun is overrated, man. It's not. You're not building anything. Nothing lasts. It's empty. Yeah.
Yeah, and water's overrated too. You don't need to drink the whole ocean to stay alive. So you don't need any water. It's black and white garbage nonsense.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what else is going on with you then? How's the job front? Are you getting paid for your work?
Yes, I am.
Good. That's good.
Unfortunately, we can't keep people. Unfortunately, our higher management doesn't know how to keep people, so I don't work more than I have to.
You're in logistics or something, right?
Yes, I'm in logistics.
Yeah.
It's very simple to not to keep people. Just ignore the total labor hours instead of chasing people away and say we don't need your work. Get out of here, because then cause a wave. Then too many people leave at the same time. Then the rest will have to fill the gaps. I know the megacorp likes it because they don't want to pay as many people, but you shouldn't like it yourself because if there's not enough people, you have to work more. So
yeah,
we've been in this loop.
Do you get more hours, or you just have to do more work during your hours?
Well, you need more hours to complete the work you have to do.
So you get more hours, you get paid more too. That's okay.
It's I don't want to work this much.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. What else is on your mind as a concern?
I need I'm still trying to figure out typology systems where I can guess and check people. Unfortunately, with most of them, they don't give me a good path to eliminate possibilities.
Right.
I need a faster path to eliminating possibilities, so I could say you're not this, you're not that, you're not this.
Mm-hmm.
But like objective personality just has too many options, so you can't eliminate fast enough. I think. Strangely, I think. What's that guy's name? The guy Flowseek doesn't like. That guy made.
Oh, C.S. Joseph.
Yeah, C.S. Joseph made a site that at least goes quickly to eliminate options, but
right.
C.S. Joseph's not very is pretty inaccurate anyways. So he's on the right track, but he's misses too much.
Hey Annie, how you doing?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's your week?
I mean, actually not great. I just wanted to hang out.
Yeah. All right. Well, cool.
You know, same bullshit. I don't want to bring down the vibe or anything. Like nothing interesting. Same boring bullshit. Some things are.
I mean, you put some videos out, right?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You had a dream one where you were talking about love, where it's just. What was your point there?
Yeah, that was kind of relevant to this conversation, I guess.
Right.
Well, so I dreamed I was on a reality show, and I was just really where people were trying to match up, and the goal was to match so that you could advance to the next level, which is going on vacation, like a honeymoon kind of thing. And I was really skeptical because everybody had an agenda. The goal was to pair up, and that got in the way of truly connecting. Yeah, because they weren't just being real with each other.
I think that's absolutely right. Like today, if the goal is just to pair up, you don't actually get to connect anymore. Mm-hmm. And in order to pair up, you need the connection. It's sort of like that catch-22.
Yeah. And yeah, so in the dream, the producers pulled me aside and said, "Hey, just pick someone and pretend.
Yeah.
You pretend
And
to
then
love
that's
me.
what love is. Love is just
And then
pretend.
You
Yeah.
pretend to love you, and then yeah." But I see that in I've had over the last few years a couple of elderly clients, not elderly, but 60 plus, who are
Right.
trying to find new partners, and they were so fixated on the end goal that was really getting in their way, and I would try
Right.
to tell them exactly, what we already talked about, join a hiking club, or one of my clients joined a ceramics class, and he said that it was annoying because ceramics is hard. So he was failing over and over again. It's like to throw a pot, you have to get that, kinesthetic knowledge. And he didn't meet anyone, so it was a waste of time. But he did meet a French girl, and he's moving to France. And so I'm losing a client now. He's moving at the end of February, and he's one of my regular clients, but I'm happy for him. Last time I saw him a few days ago, and he was wearing a promise ring. So they're not going to be married for paperwork reasons. It's just too complicated. She has a child and like custody issues. But yeah. And I've thought about it before, if Russ died or something, there's like, for me, learning a whole new person and having a whole new person get used to all my idiosyncrasies, and all the stuff that I do that Russ doesn't make fun of, like my ridiculous, elaborate sleep routines at night, like what I wear and my eye mask and everything. And like somebody seeing you at your worst, and, which like that makes me feel insecure, although I don't have those feelings about like seeing someone else at their worst. I'm very accepting, very, very loving. But I've often thought, I mean, I'm lonely now. I'm really lonely. So I should probably do this now. But if he died, I think I would never date, never go on a dating app, but I would join a ceramics club just to be with people. And then, if you meet someone, you meet someone. If you don't, then that's fine too. Just to like hang out with, like, have a crew.
Increase the number of interactions, and if something happens, something happens.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I was thinking about these hangouts and how I used to go to the same coffee shop every morning. I would walk about 4 miles to get there with my dog, and there was a crew. We were all in our 20s, and it was a crew. And I was thinking about this also. I've never lived in New York City, but like how kids would sit on a stoop all day long. Like you sit on a stoop for 5 hours, and neighbors walk by, and people. And that's kind of what this feels like.
Yeah.
Just like a place to not be alone for a little while.
Yeah, I'm glad. That's good. Yeah. And then you talked about an IP tidal wave you had.
Yeah, and then I did something stupid. This morning I looked in the back end, and like somebody didn't like it. And
what?
Yeah, and I just
like someone put a thumbs down on it.
So it said like 70.
Whatever.
It said like 75%, which is really low for me because I'm so boring that I'm not controversial, and it's usually 100% just because like I'm not controversial and I don't have very many viewers. So it's like all 100s, and then it was 75, and I was like, well, do they not like me? Or so then it made me feel like another decider just because I think I feel really insecure today. And I was like, well, did I say something mean, or did I say something stupid? Or
I had for a long time, every time I released a video, someone was really fast to dislike the video. Like within the first few seconds, it would come out like over and over again. Consistently, I would have a dislike within the first 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And it's just, I don't know. Some people just do that. And YouTube doesn't even see it anymore. So you only see it on the back end.
Well, yeah, except it doesn't have to pull from the back end to the front end, but it's not default.
Yeah, that's right.
But plus, YouTube may be screwing around with themselves just so they can make them produce more videos, so you can't even trust the number.
I'm sure that's not what's happening, but they might. That's true.
Yeah, but I think I just am feeling that more. They say my type is the most IP EP, right? And I think I'm feeling that now because I'm not feeling creative. So I used to never feel lonely because I was just so engaged in what I was doing.
Right.
But I don't
You were
feel that.
busy.
And so what I'm staring at is this like inability to feel connected to anybody, you know, and it's just like the theme.
The theme, yeah.
The theme for the last several months, and I don't like it.
I know you were even processing that, like what even is connecting? What even is feeling connected to someone? Like,
yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's what I'm really stuck there, and I think
right.
like. I mean, you probably like for you, maybe it's obvious. Like, oh, I know what it feels like to be connected. It's like there's something broken.
I think that's just the default state. Like, I don't think there's anything really broken. I think that's how it's supposed to be.
So, okay, so here's my question. I've been wanting to ask you this for a while. I was thinking it's just the human condition. It's something
Right.
existential. So I was thinking like, oh, I miss my father, you know, but is it like a like separation from God? Is that what it is? Just like a human existential thing?
I mean, we would never be connected if we felt connected. It's that feeling of emptiness and needing the connection to make us connect more. And yeah.
Right. The whole stupid duality thing.
Yeah. Well, can you imagine a world where if no one felt lonely and everyone felt like they had enough connection, no one would actually connect?
No, I can't, but I would like just a little tiny fucking break of duality, you know, just like 30 seconds, just to, you know.
Right. Yeah.
I like dogs.
Right.
Yeah.
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 They're very sacrificial on their individuality.
Yeah, I mean, they have little egos too, you know, and they have preferences and they will snub you and yeah.
Right.
They have preferences, you know. My dog loves me. Russ's dog loves him. She doesn't like me so much, doesn't respect me so much. But he's going out of town. So we had our 16th anniversary and it was this big surprise. He was working behind the scenes to send me a screenshot of his plane ticket that he's actually leaving, which is probably the best thing that he could do. Just like have a break from him so I can actually miss him because he hasn't been out of town since 2019. And so like that was the big, you know, we don't really do anything special or do gifts or anything. This is the only time he's ever given me a gift. And it was like, hey, I'm going away for a week.
His gift to you is him leaving.
Yeah. Yeah. So I am actually excited about it because, you know, I would like the opportunity to actually really miss him. It's been a while, you know?
Yeah. You could take each other for granted and
yeah.
Do you know anything about this porcupine problem that our friend Mr. Salt is talking about?
I don't know. I'm guessing like the IPs and the play lasts are porcupines, maybe. So people can't get close. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the theory. I don't know. That does sound familiar. I think that it is something social like that.
Right.
Porcupine problem. Hey, we got another submission, and it's my mom.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm too close to her, but I watched her video and just watching her from that perspective, I was like, oh, okay, I can kind of look at this more objectively because I'm used to this format, you know?
Right.
But I don't know. It's too hard for me to be accurate with her. And also she's 70 something. So I think it's going to be harder.
Yeah. Interesting to take a look at that.
Yeah. So that'll be fun.
Yeah. So it's like you want to get close, but it causes damage if you get too close. Everyone's mom's in the SFJ.
Not mine. You 100% is not. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's interesting how like that IP problem you had just sort of came up like, oh, I guess that's kind of what the IPs are talking about them fearing, but for me it was nothing.
Yeah, and I hardly didn't even notice. And also back then I was so engaged with myself and my art projects that it just didn't register. I was so entertained in my own inner world.
Yeah. Which is pretty much what IPs are doing anyways, and that's probably why they get those problems. They're not doing the the word that came to my head was like propaganda, but like basically that's what you have to do in the tribe. You have to do the propaganda so that you're whatever, like the promoting, self-promotion sort of thing.
Yeah. That feels weird.
It doesn't it?
Yeah, another thing is if you're just not a good at deceiving, just like no class to learn how to deceive people. So I don't know where to go from that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see it as intentional either. My ex-wife was like that, where she was always engaging with people and garnering favor. It was just like a natural thing. It wasn't a deceptive thing. But yeah, you could see that the tidal waves don't happen without the opposite side, like without the side that's able to turn the tribe, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like people get mad at me for cupcaking, which is literally just having discussions instead of yelling over people on the panel, and that garners people who are intellectual and care about what's being said and actual ideas. But I want to say it's not like it's not going to get me to Mr. Beast level pretending to give prizes away. So there's just Carnival Barker scammer type people, but it doesn't mean someone can learn how to be one.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, just investing attention in people, I think, is, and sharing your character with people, so that way if they hear something, it's like, oh, that doesn't sound like them. Like that happened to me, where like since I've actually put in the effort to start engaging with people, where like I could have had a tidal wave, but the people were all like, that doesn't sound like him, let me go ask him. And then like it actually protected me.
Exactly, that protects me too.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, with like throwing the party. Like, why don't I hang out with these people? And then
right.
But I had a that's not like him moment the other day in a dream, because I had a dream I was washing some cups over here at the sink, and you walked in and were just leaning on the counter in the kitchen area. And I said, how did you get in here? And I actually meant, how did you get into the dream?
Right.
Because I sometimes know that I'm dreaming. And this was so creepy. You said, when you're famous, they let you do it.
What the fuck?
And I came in, and then I was like, he would never say that. And then you totally changed into someone else, like some weird stranger. Because I knew, like, oh, that's out of character. He would never say some creepy Trump thing.
So some demon was in your dream trying to pretend to be me, trying to deceive you.
Yeah, it was really weird.
And you caught him.
It was a really short dream, but like short and funny.
Right. Yeah, so there is that aspect where like from your experience in your life, like your ex was going around telling people about you, but if people actually knew you, they'd be like, that doesn't sound like her. Like that would have protected you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think just because I was so mysterious and they didn't know, they were just making assumptions about me.
Yeah, projecting. Yeah, that's what happens if you don't. The people fill in holes. They don't like mysteries and questions, so they'll just fill it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the trap I make is that the people who don't really pay attention, don't care what I do, and want to put in their own narrative. Well, that's just not consistent with either themselves or my behavior. So that's why I trap them.
Yeah.
In fact,
I mean, most of the time people are thinking about themselves, not other people anyways.
In fact, those people can't predict their own behavior, which is how I just catch them to lies. Like Tommy, for example, I think I ran his show and he said, "Oh, it's the last there's less time I'm talking to me. Less I'm talking to Hank. Them going no contact with him. Less than 24 hours. He came up during Jack Talcott's show while I was there the whole show. So he can't even predict his own behavior because he doesn't pay enough attention to himself.
Yeah. How you doing, Jared?
Yo, how's life?
Life, yeah.
Keeps on ticking.
Nah,
Did you guys watch the Trump debate or whatever? What was going on there? No?
I can't watch that. No.
You
No,
can't watch that?
I don't even like listening to the clips to play
Right.
back. It makes me really uncomfortable.
it was a total waste of my time. I didn't watch it.
Why does it make you uncomfortable?
It's just all hyperbole and it's a game that they're playing. I would just rather just hear the policies. I really just for no particular reason cannot stand Kamala's voice. There's
Right.
something plaintive about it. I just don't like the sound
So
of it.
she did a good job there. She like did an Obama impression for the whole thing. Like if you put Obama up and her up, like it's like 1-to-1. She was acting just like Obama. I don't know how she did that. Apparently she was doing some method acting or something beforehand.
They're saying that she did a good job, and that's cool. That's great. I'm gonna vote for her.
Oh, okay.
And actually, I'm just remembering now because I had so many dreams last night. One of them was that I wasn't registered to vote, and it was too late, and I was really pissed off because I said I was literally just on jury duty. How can I not be registered? Because in Oregon, it's all unified. Like
Right.
the way they get you for jury duty is because you're registered to vote and because you have a
Right.
driver's license. And I was too late and I was really pissed off about it. But then I remembered, like, oh, she's going to win Oregon anyway. It doesn't matter if I vote.
Right.
So,
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was weird. Like I couldn't recognize her. It was like Obama and dressed as a woman sort of thing. That's what it seemed like.
I've seen her in other previously. It seems like she has like this weird like laugh thing she always does. Like
Yeah, the cackle. Yeah.
yeah,
She didn't do that there. She changed her laugh for the debate.
It just seems like it's like masking like some kind of insecurity or something.
Probably, yeah. She's EJ. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think
Okay.
about, they talked about her facial expressions, how she was very artful with that. And I looked at some of the still photographs of that. And even just
Yeah,
picturing
that was bad.
standing in front of the mirror, practicing all that. It's like, we're dealing with serious like issues here. And you're doing this like method acting bullshit with your face.
Right.
I mean, I totally respect it. I understand the tactic, but it's just like, it bothers me that we're not addressing the issues and getting shit done. And we're just like operating at this bullshit level.
Yeah, but the voters don't take things seriously. They don't know what the hell that they're voting for. So that's why they had to do that.
Like it's the same thing like way back in the day, John F. Kennedy and his debate against was it Nixon? He like had a tan and he looked all nice and healthy, so he won.
Is that how it worked? Okay.
Reagan was handsome. He won.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, man. You have to. It's like you have to go into the system. You have to play the game, or else you're not gonna.
It's really weird because when you talk to like individual people like you guys, you don't seem like that would trick you, but then en masse it tricks people. It's just really weird.
Yeah. No, I think there is like a mass consciousness type thing going on because like even if you don't pay any attention to anything, like there's a narrative that's being put down on
Right.
it, and I think people pick it up. They
Right.
unsubconsciously pick up the narratives and stuff, and they just like, oh, this is how it is, and they
Right.
Yeah, I go with the aggregate model because people acting as a group functions different than people acting as an individual. So
That's one thing I noticed in the debate too, is Trump had a lot of narratives. He was figuring out narratives really fast. He was putting them forward really fast. He had narratives for everything.
Yeah, and including why he didn't make America great again the first time he was president. It was it's all other people's fault, including people he hired personally. So,
well, he fired everybody, so it's not his fault, right?
I mean, objectively, he did better than everyone else around his time. He did better than Obama. He did better than, unlike a, I don't know, from what I'm seeing, on like an actual practical level,
If that was the case, why he feel the need
better
to
than Bush.
why do you feel the need to get those fake delegates if he felt he did better than other ones?
Like on
He's a
how the
he's a
country was actually performing.
well it, well
Yeah.
he didn't think he did better. That's why he got the fake delegate thing instead of just losing with grace because he's a bitter clinger to power. He just wanted to have the
Maybe.
power.
Both sides
I mean,
always.
Obama made a big mess. He was really good in the SF game. Everyone loved him, but he made a big mess.
Yeah, he from one guy. I listened to this one politic analyst guys, and he was saying like Obama, he had a good game and he only did like one thing, and he just made it look like he was doing everything right the whole time. He really didn't do very much. It's like do nothing, just like hold the course, do nothing, and keep it like that.
I know people like that at my company that don't do anything, but it
Yeah.
seems like they do a lot.
Yeah, and
They talk a big game.
and like, but it catches. It's like things are breaking all the time. So if you don't put effort into there, then the systems are breaking down no matter what you like. Just if you don't do anything, that's still breaking.
And it sounds really radical, all the stuff he wants to do. Like he wants to get Elon Musk in there to fire half of the government because there's so many wasted jobs.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. He did a good job with Twitter, so he's going to fire the government too. That's what he's going to do.
Yeah, the guy who said that it wasn't worth buying any car other than a Tesla because Tesla will drive people will replace Uber, and the guy with the Hyperloop that's all government money. Yeah, you should trust him to make any decision. Oh my! I mean, done it for exposed Elon Musk for like a decade, so you can't be serious. Well, if you are serious, you're just a fool.
Yeah. How did you meet your wife, Jared?
The traditional way, online.
Oh.
Yeah, she was going to school up at Utah State, and I just met her on like the early days, like 2003. So
Right.
it's like we were always embarrassed to tell people we met online.
Did they have what apps did they have online that long ago?
I don't think it was an app. I think it was at websites.
Oh, just like a chat or something.
Yeah, it was like some dating. There was like tons of different dating things. I think.
Right. Yeah. There were dating websites. That's right.
Yeah. So I remember I'm not very good at meeting people.
Were you both Mormon?
No.
No. Okay.
My wife's not Mormon.
Right.
At the time I left Mormonism. Like I lived in Seattle, was going to school, and I moved to Utah, and like here everybody gets married really early. I was 26 when I moved back.
That's considered late, probably. Yeah.
That is, yeah, everybody's already married. Like my sister-in-law, they got married when she was 19. My sister-in-law was 18. My sister was 19. My other sister was probably 20. My little sister almost beat me getting married. I got married like 7 months before she did.
Wow.
So she almost beat me. But wait, what were we talking about?
How you met your wife, or Mormon, or what? I don't know what you were talking about.
So when I came here, it's like all the people are already hooked up and married, right? So it's like, oh crap, I better find somebody. So
Right.
I went into super extroverted mode to try to find somebody.
It worked out.
So they say.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was listening to you earlier, like you're talking about the red pill stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
are you tracking that?
What's that?
Are you tracking that stuff?
Yeah, I listened to it several years ago, and I think some of it's right, but I don't know. I think there's a lot of like myths and stuff built up inside that community. It just gets perpetuated, and
yeah,
20 or 30% of what they're saying is probably has some basis, but it feels like it's
they're talking about it as if it's a overall pattern and an overall trend, but then like when you actually look the same way here, like when you look at all of the individual people, everyone's an exception. Like no one follows that trend, but overall that like the trend is there. It's hard to figure out why it's like that. And maybe also there's like the idea with like the silent minority where, okay, the trend is true for all of the loud guys and people who make a lot of noise, but it's not true for the average person.
But there's no trend. Here's the thing: there's no actual trend. They're just connecting dots. They're connecting dots the way they want to see it.
Yeah,
that could be narrative driven. But yeah, I think
there's
right.
like a lot of blame because I don't know, people feel guilty or don't want to take accountability or grow or whatever. So then they're like, it's just creating a rift with all of this blame. Oh, men are this, women are this, and it's like, what are you guys doing?
I mean, look at Andrew Tate. He's being charged with human trafficking, but he shouldn't need to do it because he's a Chad. So,
well, you can't just make money off of women if you're just a Chad. You have to use your Chad powers to traffic women. Then you make money, right?
I thought he could. I thought he had legitimate businesses he could make money with, but he had to have an illegitimate business because the legitimate businesses aren't good enough. Oh well.
Yeah, so the silent majority is it's like a phenomenon where most people, like 80% of the people, don't get noticed, and it's only really the 20% that get noticed.
And it's those,
and it skews all of our sample sizes. Like we're trying to sample size humans and see what the sample is like and generalize people, but all we're getting is like this 20% of people that aren't the majority. Yeah, right.
On the ends, and they're like move the culture. The people in the middle don't say anything,
right?
And then like they're just until those two sides stretch it so much that they have to choose a side, and then it's finally breaks.
And I mean that's a pattern that we're seeing with the noisy people. We don't even know what's going on. Yeah. Hey there, JR, right? JR. Are you weighing in on this, Annie? Have you been tracking this stuff?
I am not familiar with what you're talking about, but I get what you're saying about the 80-20 with the people that we're tracking, for sure. And like, yeah, that's something that's always kind of annoyed me too. It's like the people who get noticed. I don't know, they're just loud. They're loud and shiny, whatever. I'm not shiny. So
yeah. Except for that last video, you got a thumbs down.
Yeah. I kind of, sometimes I like it. I'm like, oh yeah, I was finally controversial. You know?
Yeah. Yes, 100%, Reggie. I'm noticing this all the time. It's always skewing all of our patterns. The classic one is that I've seen is women sort of having a picture of what men are based on the men that approach them and harass them and catcall them. And then they're projecting that on all of the rest of the men, where it's just like probably like 1% of men that are like that. So I noticed that a lot, where like you talk to a woman and they've got like a really weird picture of what men are. I don't know. Yeah, it works in OP too.
Yeah, and the weird thing is they'll pick from the men who catcall her, and the other ones just never exist in the first
No,
place.
they don't. They never do.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a valid strategy.
That's probably where you're messing up, Hank. Stop that.
Yeah.
No,
Have you ever been catcalled, Annie? Has that ever happened?
Oh yeah, for sure. Not so much anymore, but like from a distance, even still, because like if you get up close, you can see I'm old, but like from a distance, my hip to waist ratio is very pleasant. So yeah, people honk at me sometimes.
You're aware of that, okay?
Yeah.
So then, like, does that flatter you, or you're like attracted to those people? Would that strategy ever work? Just trying to.
No. I mean, when someone is flattering and it's genuine and not threatening, then that's
all right. See, Hank, there you go. It doesn't work.
Yeah. It doesn't work unless you're Chad, and just existing will work, so catcalling won't make it worse.
Right.
Yeah, and I also kind of I really don't like it when women kind of lock down on all men are bad, because they're so nice. You know, men are so nice, and it's just, you know, it's a mix. Some of them are
Right.
creepy, but so many of them are very nice.
Yeah, it sounds like you have a more full, what's it called? Sample size of men.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. More accurate sample size.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's weird because like a lot of us aren't actually looking at people in the population. We're just looking online and looking at what's coming at us and assuming that's an accurate representation of the population, where it's just not.
Yeah, that's why on with OP stuff, sometimes when they like, you know how Dave uses like the examples of someone that's way crazy NI user or whatever, then that like registers in my brain, and I'm like, oh, this person's not that crazy, so they can't be NI or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Like you're only really going to type the people, like Dave and Shan are only going to type the people who are famous, who are like making waves, who are noisy.
Yeah, so there's a certain amount of
I mean, live at least.
Yeah, like the celebrities or whatever. There's a certain amount of the celebrities that would only get to that level because of certain parts or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, like Dave would never figure out that I'm NI until I go on my heel work and just take over stuff. But I know I am, just because that's what the tests tell me.
Yeah. Welcome, Dragon's Neck, by the way. What's up?
Hi, how's it going?
Good. Have we met before? Do we know you?
I've been in the community for quite a while, but only
Okay.
very small sections, so probably
Well,
not.
welcome. Yeah.
Hi, Luna, in the chat. Thank you. It's my first time on here. Worked up my play last energy to hop on here finally and say hi.
Good for you. So you were typed?
Yes.
Nice. Looks like Reggie knows you.
Yeah, we talked
So,
a little bit. Probably
Yeah.
mostly through the comment section on his channel, but under a different name, probably.
Right.
I was hoping he'd be on here because I really missed out on that Hunter conversation you guys had last week.
Okay. I'm sure he'll jump on at some point. He's working usually, but he jumps on. Yeah.
So I have like this whole really processed idea I wanted to share, and it was going to be great, and everyone was going to love me.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure that's not how it works. Talking about Hunter never really gets people to like you.
Oh, yeah. That's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, right?
I guess. I don't know. I don't know any of these references.
Come on, man.
So you are resonating with your type? You think your type is matching up to you?
Yeah. I've been typed for feminine sensory, I don't know how many years. 3. Mr. Saltman is my friend, and he got typed a little bit after me, so.
Right.
And we did a lot of processing on it.
Made a reference of you last week, right?
Yeah, I'm the
right,
I'm the lizard that comes out of the cave to mate before dying or something.
Oh wow! So you're on the apps and you found somebody then? Let you
No.
No. So what method did you use to get typed? Did you do that video, 1 hour long edited video, or how do you get typed?
Yeah, I was doing it with their older set of questions, which I sometimes send people just some of the generic questions, and then you do a typing video, and that was it.
Yeah.
Had like a pretty long video. Don't remember the specific amount, but listening back to it really hurts. It hurts good.
Yeah. I get that too on my channel. Go back and watch some old ones, and it's just like, oh my god.
Yeah,
Even for like a
I get that too.
I can't stand it. It's so embarrassing to have a YouTube channel.
It feels
I-
good for like verifying my social type, I suppose, because I just kept talking about friends and junk, processing my college friends and whatnot.
Right.
Yeah, I got over hearing my own voice, but still, I don't talk all that great. I talk really slow for it to sound good back to me. But when I'm trying to
Yeah.
think of the act, I talk too fast.
I mean, some of the best speakers are slow talkers. I think a part of even speech practice and stuff is to slow down your pace and emphasize your words better.
Yeah. I usually listen to things on 2 times the speed, so it's
Right.
a little jarring to me. You guys all sound different.
Yeah,
So-
when I'm editing, I do listen in twice the speed at least, 1.5 to 2 times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have trouble when you're editing, dealing with like your mouth sounds and like the breaths in between? Because when I tried doing some YouTube videos on my channel, it was like the audio editing was probably the part that took the longest and was like the most annoying part.
Yeah. So what I do, I put it through a program that detects the silence. It automatically deletes all the silent spaces, but you still have the breaths in between.
Yeah.
And I go in and tediously cut every single one out. And
That's
also,
what I did.
yeah, and just unnecessary words. I use a lot of unnecessary joining
Yeah.
words. You don't need
Yeah.
them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got the
thought
same
was
thing. I didn't edit my older videos and I was always saying right all the time. And it just really annoys people. I always get like a new comment on an old video. They're like, you say right a lot. It's really annoying. You should stop that. I'm like, okay.
Oh yeah.
Jeez. But yeah, when I before I got typed, I was pretty settled on being an INFJ, like
Okay.
blast, play, consume, and sleep last. And so when I started doing my audio and stuff recording, I'm just like, wow, words do not flow out of my mouth like I thought they did.
Well,
Yeah.
you just gave me an idea for an invention. We can have like a little tiny thing that hooks onto your head somehow, and it zaps you every time you say. You can put down right, don't say right, and then it'll zap you, and then you can self-train to never say right again.
I would like that. Send me a copy. I'll be a prototype tester.
What happens when you actually need to say the word, though?
Oh, then the cattle prod comes out and just.
Yeah. It's like, but it's an internalizing thing. I notice it's something where I'm confirming what I'm saying to myself, and
yeah.
yeah.
It's
I wonder like how many, if that's like a very TI thing to say right, because I've noticed like a lot of NIs are saying things like, you know what I mean? Do you understand? That kind of thing they're saying.
I was thinking about TI this week because it seems like it has to like ping back on all of its other decisions to make sure that everything is coherent or in congruence. Like their truth statements have to be congruent with each other.
Yeah.
With all the other logic that's
I think
laid
it's
Yeah. It's
just
doing a lot of verifying in the moment. Anything I hear, any information that's going around has to be verified, even if it's coming out of my own mouth. I have to verify it. It's
Do you
very
think the-
annoying.
And that can
Do you
take
think the
time.
idea of it being more
Sometimes
like a
it's long.
stack, TI being more like a stack, do you think that plays into it?
A stack, maybe.
Yeah. For me, I don't have to verify all the information, but if it doesn't fit together with itself, I'll just throw the whole stack away.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Who else has been all typed here besides Annie?
Yeah, I did not get typed. I don't feel like doing
Just
the
me.
interview.
Yeah.
I don't feel like doing the interview questions via video recording when I already have there's so much video of content of me. If I can't get typed right now, then you probably can't do it anyways.
Well, you know, more never hurts, right?
Yes, it does. I don't have an infinite amount of time, so it does hurt because I can't do more of everything everyone wants me to do because I literally don't live that long.
Stay classy, San Diego. Stay classy.
What? I didn't get that reference.
From
What?
Anchorman, the stupid
Okay.
movie with Will Ferrell. He's a
Okay.
Anchorman, and his
Right,
close
I remember that
tagline
movie.
is,
I don't know
The
if
one
I've
with
seen
the
it, but I
pants
remember
party.
it.
what's that?
The one with the pants party.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's got Stephen Carell. Yeah, that's one of my favorite stupid movies to watch.
But yeah, I got typed by Eric from talking with famous people, and he couldn't even ground me to a single quadra. So I
Yeah.
just
I remember watching some of Eric's videos. That was interesting.
He's
But
still
he-
making them. Yeah.
yes,
Eric Thor, is that what you're talking about?
No,
No, Famous people.
Eric
Oh
Strauss.
yeah.
Yeah.
Typing with famous people or whatever it's called. Yeah.
yeah, talking with famous people, and
Yeah.
he couldn't ground me to a single quadra.
Oh really?
Yeah, he really. I think he came up with.
He really triggered me when I first came into like the typology community. He typed me as an
Same.
ISFP. He got me as an FI first. I was
really?
like,
What's his type, do you think?
ENTP.
He is the INTP for sure.
Yeah.
But he.
How about his typing?
But when he typed me, he got me down to INTJ, ISTJ, and ESFP. You didn't ground me to a single quadra. I was trying to figure out if it was INTJ, ENTJ, but he couldn't even ground me to a single quadra. So
You've mutated, I guess.
no.
No.
No, if you can't even ground me to a single quadra, then your methodology is not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, you need to save the day, Hank. You need to develop a methodology and pass it on to the typology community.
Yeah, I'm just gonna read more books. Someone probably already did it. I just need to dig it out.
Yeah, no one's done it. No one's done it.
I'm not sure about that. I just keep digging.
Yeah. How did you get into typology, Annie? Were you always interested in this kind of stuff?
I was always interested in myself. Yeah, masculine DI. I don't know. I wanted to understand myself. I was watching Frank James. You know, when he
you said that, right?
little, like I saw him take off, and then he mentioned objective personality. I had already been aware of Myers-Briggs for a long time, and every time I take that test, even now, I always get INFJ. That's just how it filters down, because it's like, oh, you're introverted. Oh, you're intuitive. Oh, okay. Oh, you're stuck in a box. Okay, you're yeah.
I mean, that makes sense too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always got INTP for some reason.
And then when I talked to Dave on the phone, wasn't even seeking my type. I just wanted like business coaching. He looked at my website, and we were talking on the phone, and somehow it came up, and I said, well, I don't think I have FE. And he was like, yeah, you don't.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool,
Frank James was great watching, getting into things, started making sense to me and just got me started. And yeah, I liked his personal content.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he had a good pipeline. He had a good.
Do you think he's in a better place now?
What do you mean? He's married. He's got a kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really got a lot more depersonalized, except for sometimes on his second channel.
Yeah.
Like he's doing pretty good with himself.
Yeah, it was nice, and he was so real, and and then when he got into all the sketches,
it's more of a performance, huh?
Yeah, he got stuck there. He couldn't get out of it again. He hated the sketches. He hated the sketches, but he had to keep doing them.
Yeah. So yeah, I worried about that. Like, does he feel trapped? But one thing that I guess I'm kind of a bad person, but I wondered, like, why did his channel take off? And it annoyed me because I'm like, oh, he's hot, so of course. You
Is
know,
that what it is?
and it just annoys me.
Duh.
Like, I don't know, it just bothers me. Like someone else could be just as authentic and real and share stuff, and
Right.
they're not going to be as popular because they're not attractive.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. But people don't believe me. They think it's a ritual. You just need to act the same way. They just pay attention.
I would say
I think
there's
you're better
more
looking
to
than
it.
Frank James, Hank.
But you're not female.
That's true. That won't help you much.
Yeah, but no, Hank, you look fine. You know, you look great. And the thing is with women, it's like it doesn't matter as much as you think that it does. It's like
Yes.
100%.
Yeah, it doesn't, which is why the Hollywood actors got on steroids, because it doesn't matter.
they're not doing that for
I'm doing
women.
that.
They're doing that for Hollywood. Hollywood demands it. Women don't care.
Yeah, on average, probably most women would rather have someone that's more normal than like a huge bodybuilder, right?
Yeah, and it's also like there's so much variation. Like my partner is more traditionally attractive. Like if you took 100,000 people, the percentage of people that would rate him as attractive would be really high, like 80%, because he's really hot. But then if you took 100,000 people and they rated me, it would be lower because it's just not traditionally attractive. But it doesn't mean that nobody is attracted. It's just people have different tastes. You know, like the men that I could be attracted to some guy and show that picture to other people and they'd be like, what, him? You know? And
Yeah.
it's
That's funny because my daughter, she's 13 and they're going through all of her friends are having crushes and stuff. And she's like, I don't understand. Why is she attracted to him? He looks like a goober. I'm like, I don't know. Last person you did ask about dating advice.
Yeah.
yeah, I
Welcome to being a girl dad.
I look at pictures of, you know, boys, celebrity boys that I used to think were cute, you know, in the 80s. And I look at them now and I just don't get it because to me, like men are attractive and older men. Like I tend to be attracted to silver foxes, you know, or men that are in their 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
And I was like that even when I was 30. So I don't know, just it's weird to look at a 13-year-old boy and think that he's attractive.
Mm.
Yeah, it's just my attraction hit rate, my known attraction hit rate's so low. Well, it's really, I don't have much to work with.
Well,
Maybe most of them are attracted to me, but if they don't tell me and they don't have an algorithm to figure it out, then how am I supposed to know?
You don't know. It's just
Yeah.
and you don't need like all of them to be. You just need the right one to be.
Yeah, just one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it grows over time too. It doesn't. That's one thing. Like a lot of people start out as being attractive to people, but then they get to know them and then they get the ick, and it's like, no, I don't know how I ever saw you as attractive. And then like the opposite happens too.
Mm-hmm. That ick thing happened to me when I was younger. Like I had boyfriends pretty young, like 12, 13.
Wow.
And yeah, and you know, I kind of looked like a little I didn't look that different when I was 13 than I do now.
Okay.
So I guess I looked like a woman, you know, from a very young age. And a tiny woman, but I got that ick factor with the first several boyfriends, and it horrified me because I thought that's what it was. I thought like, oh my God, it's always going to be like this. You meet someone and you like them, and then suddenly they just gross you out.
Mhm.
And like,
Right.
I thought, is this how I will feel about my husband someday? Or, you know,
Yeah.
but it's not true with all people.
I wonder how much calibration is going on. Like when you're younger, you don't have as much experience, so you're like getting like data points, and so you're building up a knowledge of what's out there, what's available, what you like, and that kind of stuff. So
It's also pretty harmful to some degree to be too exposed to the variety.
yeah,
as
there's
well.
a paradox of choice or whatever that's called, where you have
Right.
too much choice and it can paralyze you, and you'll never be satisfied because you see all the
Yeah.
the better choices, and wouldn't want to settle because you're like, oh, there's
You
better
never enjoy heroin as much as the first time again. This is how it works.
Yep.
So
Not that I know at all.
yeah, so
You don't know.
something that really I wonder about. So there's like loving somebody, and that's like family, and you have your partner, and there's the security, but you don't have the excitement or the novelty. But there's also like falling in love, which is a chemical thing that happens in your brain, that falling in love thing. And I only felt that one time with my first boyfriend. I was 20 and he was 30. And because I think I was naive enough or dumb and stupid enough to let go. And so I allowed that to happen. And he fell in love with me too. Of course, it didn't work out because of the age difference, but that never, ever happened again. And it wasn't because he was a good partner for me and everyone else wasn't. It was because I'm
The
too
chemicals.
because I won't let go. And
Uh,
so I feel pretty sad that I wish I could go back in time and like when I met Russ and just let go and just like allow that to happen. Because I
Right.
feel like I will never feel that feeling again. Because like, how could I feel it now? Like, how do you fall in love with your partner that you've already been with for 16 years? I love him. He's my family, but I can't
Yeah.
fall in love with him.
Well, there's definitely that. Like there is definitely different types of love and different types of love in relationships for sure. And yeah, like I've experienced that too, where you don't really have that sparks at the beginning, but then it just grows over time, and it's not sparky, but it's just like I don't know, just grows over time. It's not like a passionate thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the complete opposite. You have the complete passionate thing where it just blows up and destroys your life. I don't know.
Yeah. I guess I just feel kind of sad about it because, I know how old I am and I know that like, I'm never going to feel that again ever in my life.
Do you want to?
I missed the boat. Yeah. Yeah. It's a drug, I want to feel that.
It is. Yeah.
I think when I met Russ, he was very reserved also. Before me, he was very disciplined. And he didn't have a girlfriend for 6 years, which was unusual for someone of his age, because he just didn't like the agenda and the bullshit game. And so then when he met me, he just told me like, no, we're not going to be together, never, because he wanted to get to know me for real. And so I just like shut all that down. Like, okay, don't have a crush on this guy. Just
He
respect
friend
him.
zoned you, sort of thing.
Yeah. Yep. And so I was very cautious. And then even when he, even when he was interested in me and wanted to be with me, then I still was too afraid to just let go.
Yeah. Yeah. And you also don't have I don't know how much I can share about what's going on with you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you don't have the like the security. You're like the way you process your relationship. It's always like, oh, if he ever leaves me, I'm like, what is that? Like, why is that still an option? Like, why is that still on your fears list? Like you can't let go with that kind of thing.
I think like I say that, I mean, it's within the realm of possibility he could leave me because that just happens. But when I say that, I really mean more like he could just die.
Yeah.
So he could not come home someday.
Yes, thank you. That's more evidence on my side that blue pill is the right model. Red pill rituals don't make a difference. So thank you, Annie.
You gave him evidence.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look into this. I don't know anything about this red pill, blue pill thing.
Yeah, pretty much. Blue pill asserts that it's really not, if you're not attractive, there's not much you can do to move that needle. And red pills asserts that you can do a whole bunch of rituals, esoteric rituals to change your luck or whatever, which it's not the case. So red pills not really effective because if you're attractive, you never need the rituals, and if you're not attractive, the rituals won't make a difference.
How does the black and white pill play into that?
I don't even model those because they're not. There's no point. With the way I model red pill, And blue pill, you don't need black and white pills.
The problem with all of the pickup stuff, Hank, is you're going to start learning to play a character, and you can't keep up a character forever. And then when you let the character go, it's just going to be a disaster.
Yeah.
So like it only works for hookup culture where you don't have to actually get to know the person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have
if
you
you're
ever
not
looked
being
into
authentic-
Julian himself?
Yeah, but you forgot to consider the people who just fit into hookup culture and didn't need to know anything about red pill in the first place. So
like 5% of the population.
yeah. So
Yeah, this
so
is
when you
not the
factor
normal.
when you factor it all in, it doesn't make a difference. The red pill.
I think you're getting stuck in that loud minority group, because like the silent minority is not like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what the silent minority is not like that. But I'm aware of them, which is how this is more evidence that doesn't make a difference because the silent minority exists. That
Were you
people
saying
who
something,
know-
Dragon?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
people
was
who
asking if
don't
you ever
know
watched Julian himself.
Julian himself. Is that a
Don't know what
movie?
that
Is
is.
that a
No,
Hollywood
it's
movie?
a YouTuber. His real name's like Julian Blanc, sort of thing. He's been typed. He's basically was early on very involved in the whole pickup artist stuff, and he would just do all kinds of that stuff and do a bunch of talks, and then at one point he became the most hated man in the world.
Well, I think
and-
I know who you're talking about. I don't have a face to the name, but I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know him.
So basically nowadays he does his videos and does coaching and stuff, but one of the core concepts that he talks a lot about that has helped me a lot is the concept of being your authentic self and a lot of the things that play into that.
Okay. Well, the problem with that is how are we gonna measure authenticity?
Yes, that's exactly the problem.
If you're a piece of crap, you're not authentic. How about that?
Well, there's a lot of different ways I approach it. There's like the abstract, intuitive, Dr. K voodoo garbage part, or there's like just like the physical, emotional part, because it's like I haven't figured out how to explain it. I haven't had to explain it in more of a sensory way to someone yet, so it's hard for
Well,
me to
I'm an
do it on the
intuitive.
spot.
I'm an intuitive, and I'll just dismiss Dr. K stuff as just a religion. Psychology is a religion, so I'll just put it in with Christianity, Islam,
Okay.
Hinduism is a religion. So
Well,
they have their own rituals and stuff. It doesn't mean it has any effect other than getting their church money.
so basically, do you want to do what works, or do you just want to do what you feel like?
I want to do what works, but what they're advertising, it doesn't work. So I don't
Have
wanna
you
do
tried it?
Yes.
What have you tried?
I tried a bunch of the red pill stuff. I didn't do any conferences, but I didn't do any. But I tried. I got a couple books. I tried
So-
co-approaches. The last time I did co-approaches, I ran into LDS recruiters, Latter Day Saints recruiters. So I could
Yeah.
call cult approaches because that's who I get. So
Have you read the How to Win Friends and Influence People? I talk about this a lot.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, I have.
Have you
Never heard of it.
tried using it?
I use it all the time.
I've never seen you use it. That's why I'm asking.
Then how do I get on all these panels? I'm not banned from any panels that have importance.
Well, because like one of the principles there is like be interested in the other person and actually ask them questions and talk to them, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, like you can't fake that. People will pick up on that. You can't fake being interested, but you can
Mr. Beast
practice,
did.
I guess. But for me, like that was the
Nailed.
big shift. It was like it was like where's your attention? Where's your focus? What are you trying to? Where's the conversation? Who's the point of the conversation? And that, like, that's game changing if you're able to utilize that.
Yeah, I have a question about that book. You know how you're supposed to say people's names?
Right? Yeah, that's the first rule.
I feel like I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed
Yeah,
to say
Interesting.
names. It feels too intimate. Like
it's weird.
I want to, I care about them, but like, and it would
Yeah.
even feel good to me to say their name to them, but I don't feel like I'm allowed.
Yeah. I don't know how critical that rule is, but like he is using word language as like a magic trick. Like he like as the SFJ, he's really trying to pick his words, and
Yeah.
like it's very manipulative the way they
My
like Chris
grandpa
Voss sort of thing.
So like in the event that you don't have the names listed, saying people's names would give a signal that, hey, you remember me. So that's why we want to do that.
Yeah, he says it's the most beautiful word in the English language for any person is their own name.
my grandpa, he was probably alive way back in the day, and he like did this all the time. Like we'd go to a restaurant, and he would the server would come by and he'd be like, Luna, what's that name? Oh, that's interesting. Tell me how you got that name. He would just open with that and then have the waitress like eating out of his hand the whole time, and just like that's how he just operated with everything.
Yeah, there's this guy at the grocery store that just vibes so hardcore with me every time I see him. And I don't know if he does this with everyone, but
You need to be a fly on the wall. You need to see.
I want to know. I want to
Yeah.
know. Is this just like lead FE, or is he a psychopath?
Yeah.
Because
That's the hard part
like,
is
the other day I walked by him and he just looks at me. He's like, "Oh, it's you. Hey, how are you? You again. Hey,
No,
I'll see you around." And
but-
like he works at the grocery store. I mean, he's like 20 something years younger than me. And like I know he's not hitting on me. I just think he's like vibing
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
appropriately with everybody.
You say that with a weird face.
So I read How to Be Influenced and Influence People. I switched to Chris Voss's book, Never Split the Difference, because it works better for me.
Interesting.
that's
Yeah, I
the
don't know. I didn't read that other book.
right?
The book sounds manipulative, like with the title, but it actually just teaches you to be a decent human being, which is great.
I saw a picture of that, Never Split the Difference, with a 50% off sticker on it the other day.
It's funny.
Okay.
Yeah.
Isn't he
So-
the negotiator guy?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Other ISFJ, yeah.
So you're negotiating dates. Maybe that's the problem. You're attacking them like negotiations.
Well, but I tell you what the problem is. I'm not hard enough. But you said that you just don't believe me.
Well,
That's not the problem. I know that's not the problem.
Okay, I'm just not authentic. So how the enemy supposed to be acting? How do you think I would act if I was authentic?
Well, I think part of it you have to
Tell me how to be authentic. Tell me how to act so I can be authentic.
you have to get a better understanding of what you want and other self aspects. I think that would help. Like if someone were to ask you who is Hank, what would you say? And then also dive into like, how do you feel about yourself?
He's not attractive enough. That's how he feels.
Yeah, who I am. I'm the greater chaos. I'm at the panelverse right now. So that's what else.
Yeah.
It's like you don't want, one of Julian's ideas that I think is really helpful for a lot of people is the idea of the toxic parent. And essentially you don't want to be a toxic parent to yourself. And that basically means if you wouldn't say something to your child, like why are you saying it to yourself kind of thing. And that helps build the confidence. And with that confidence, that helps you get closer to whatever direction you're trying to go, because it's a good thing to know that you cannot control any outcomes. You can only control the effort you put in.
Yes.
So if you focus more on the effort and stop worrying so much about the outcome, you'll have a lot more energy and focus in the right places that will leave you seeming more attractive to other people.
So I take total personal offense to that. The accusation that I don't have any confidence.
I don't
But
know you at all. So I'm not saying anything.
I have the confidence to talk to some of the most toxic trolls of the Panaverse without batting an eye. But I don't have any confidence because I can do it and you can't do it because you're scared.
are you talking with them or are you talking at them?
Both.
You
I
can't
feel
really-
I talk with them until they won't listen. So I talk at them so the audience will listen, and then they'll treat them differently.
Are we talking about something that happened on this panel in the past, or what?
Not
No,
this
not
panel.
this panel.
I go to more than one panel, unlike you, because I have confidence. But what I'm saying is that the confidence doesn't make a difference.
So yeah, I mean, if you
Not
talk
really
about
with
yourself,
confidence.
it doesn't sound confident. If you don't feel the need to talk about yourself, if you're able to like leave yourself and talk about other people, that shows confidence. It doesn't, because like the insecurity is the attention. Like, where's the attention going? If you need to put the attention on you all the time, you're insecure for attention. If you're able to give out attention freely, then you're secure in attention. You don't need attention. You're not lacking. You're not coming into it from a needs perspective.
Yeah, it's like that needy energy, and it's like if you say things like, "Well, I'm confident, unlike you," that's like Arnold Schwarzenegger demon state kind of thing, like with the whole cigar video, if you remember that one.
Right.
Yeah, so if I only talk about myself, why am I so mysterious still?
I guess that's subjective.
Oh,
If anyone has
Who
opinion on
thinks
that.
you're mysterious?
well, tell me some stuff about me that I said before.
You like to debate. You like definitions. You are you're in logistics. You live at your parents, but you're wanting to move out soon. I don't know, lots of stuff.
You can do a 360 on a
That's right.
skateboard.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, how are you triangulating that you're mysterious?
Because
Like,
those are just vague top level stuff. People, people don't even, he didn't say name what city I was in because I didn't tell him.
Right.
Why does the city you're in matter? What's that say about you?
What doesn't it say about me?
Well, the fact that he thinks a city matters says a lot about him.
I suppose.
So what parts count as authentic and what parts don't?
That's like an internal thing. I don't think that's anything for us to really judge. All we can
I
like
agree.
give you a mirror back is like the energy you're putting out and how we're perceiving you, and then you can take that and decide like, was that your intent? What are you trying to do? What do you want out of this conversation? Like, screw us and what we want. Like, who cares?
So,
like,
so what
what
you're
do you
saying that there's no possible way for you to tell whether I'm authentic or not. So whatever you say is a wash. It does.
Okay, all right. There's no arguing with you, Hank. You're right. We'll just leave it alone. You're good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So there's no need to tell me to be authentic if you can't
That's
tell
right.
the difference.
Who said
But
you have
look-
to be authentic? By the way, I don't remember ever saying that or hearing anyone say
You're
that.
saying to be.
Dragon's Neck said it.
We were
No,
not
for the
saying that you-
record, I was just putting out information I've learned from Julian himself and what he talks about. I do not know you. I do not know how that applies to you. You can do with that information what you will. I don't care.
I have to say as well, like this whole red pill thing, women are learning, like they're also watching this and they're learning the tactics and the tricks and they're going to be able to spot it a mile away. So it's just like, it's kind of pointless is what I'm saying. It's not going to help.
Dr. K did a really funny stream talking about like a pickup. It was like pickup artist review. It's got like a part 1, part 2, and they talk about some of that and they talk about some of the advice and like why parts of the advice in the red pill community is actually good and like what parts they think are bad.
I mean, the best advice in the pickup community is improve yourself, get on your game, work on yourself,
Put
become
yourself
someone who is worth, who is
Yeah.
worthy. Yeah.
And buy our stuff that we're advertising because it will make you better.
Right. That's important too. You have to buy the stuff.
No, what you're missing, Hank, is you need to get patches and pins to put in your hat.
He's
That'll
missing a
start-
MAGA hat too. I'll buy you a MAGA hat so you can hang it on your
I
wall.
have 3 of them. I have
You
3
have
of them
3
over
MAGA
there.
You have 3 MAGA hats?
Yes. Let me go.
What?
Is that Halloween costumes?
Oh wow, you do have them. Look at that.
You know, your Halloween is a Thursday.
So yeah, 3 MAGA hats. These are legitimate ones from Trump's actual website, not the fake Chinese crap. These are made in America. and Benjamin didn't know I had them.
I didn't even know you had them. There you go. Well, I thought you hated Trump.
I didn't used to hate Trump, but I do hate him now.
So when everyone is liking Trump, you hate him, but when everyone hated Trump, you liked him.
No, I liked him at a time where people liked him. That's when he won, 2016.
Okay.
So I liked him when other people liked him, but I don't like him now because he didn't make America great again like he said he would.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. Make America so just doesn't have the right ring to it, right?
I mean, it doesn't even matter. Yeah, you have to promise big if you want to win an election. No one's ever going to be able to pull off half the things they promise.
Yeah.
People are voting for whoever's promising the most.
But he did like one thing. He just got people on NAFTA. Then he did whatever Fauci told him. So
No more apples in the vending machines at schools. That's what I tried to promise. I didn't get elected, so.
yeah, Lord Fauci had more influence on his administration than Donald Trump did. So
Okay. What's up, Christopher?
Hey, nothing much.
I tried watching the Puss in Boots thing with my kids this week, but I watched the wrong one. I watched like the one from 2022.
Oh,
It was okay. I was like, but I don't. I'm like, why would he recommend this on panel to everybody? Anyways,
That's the wrong one.
That's the wrong
Which one was
I
it?
know.
What was the name of it?
I'll watch
was
the
the
next.
first
I'll watch
Puss in
another one. No, this one was something about a wish or something. It was okay. I mean, my
Oh.
kids liked it.
Wait, the Wish one was it? Did it have like death and stuff?
Yeah, it had death.
Yeah, that is the good one.
Oh,
Yeah,
that is
that's
the
a
good
good
one.
one.
Right, there, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is like such a good one. Like it has such a great villain. He's super entertaining and just absolutely evil. And like the whole way they wove in like Puss in Boots as a hero's journey throughout it was just really well done.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So this is a good like ping on what you like. So like, what did you dislike about it, or what did you not think was good?
I thought it was just average. Nothing stood out to me. Like the art style was cool. Like how they reduced the frame rate and made it more like
Yeah.
yeah.
Is that
Enter
the
the Spider
latest
Verse.
one? The one that's like a couple years old?
It's a couple years old. Yeah. Do you watch that stuff? It's the first time I've ever watched one of those. It's like I'll watch it. Like it's on Netflix. I'll watch it with my kids because Christopher recommended it. But
Yeah, I think I've watched those ones. Yeah,
my kids liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, that's good. At least it hit somebody.
Yeah.
It was a spin-off from Shrek, right? Is that what it's?
Yeah.
Maybe-
And then there was 2 movies. There was one with Humpty Dumpty and
Okay,
like
yeah.
Puss in Boots growing up, and then this other one.
Yeah, I like those ones.
I'm pretty sure there's more, and there's like a TV show.
Surprisingly, don't know.
Probably
I
Alright.
I've heard of another one.
TV shows probably way geared to kids. So I
I
probably
think a
don't
Shrek TV show maybe, but I don't recall Puss in Boots one.
You can
But
make me
Puss
look
in
it up.
Boots was an extra in Shrek, so.
Yeah, the art style was more like anime. They sort of animated it up a little bit more, didn't they?
Yeah, it had like a lower frame rate, like Enter the Spider Verse did for the Miles Morales Spider-Man movie.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, so I'm curious. This is always an interesting topic. So, what is everybody looking for when they watch a movie? Like, what makes a movie good?
There's 3 movies I see of Puss in Boots. It's like 2011, 2012, and then the 2022 one.
Yeah, I'm really in a rut right now, but because we've been watching really dark stuff like true crime, which I do like. It's just too much. I would like something positive, but
Oh yeah, true crime gets really draining.
yeah, and even the dramas that I've watched have been very murdery and dark. But I like something that is intelligent and real and offbeat and funny, but not too stupid and just right. I don't know.
I want to be
Goldilocks.
all
There
a-
you go.
I want to be a thinker and ask you, why do you like it for those reasons? Or like, what reasons do you like it for those things?
Well, I guess one that we watched recently I really liked was The Menu, with Anna Taylor-Joy, and it's a horror movie, but it's about a chef.
I really wanted to see that one. Like
Mhm.
I've heard people talk about it. I really liked the themes, and I thought it'd be cool to check out.
It was funny and it was dark, but to me also really beautiful. And it's not my favorite movie of all time, but yeah, just I like things that are intelligent and sweet and funny, or dark, like dark but beautiful.
Now, do you think that like things that have those aspects, do you consider them good, or is there like bad movies that have those similar aspects that you would consider bad?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm
So,
very discerning. I don't know. It's like I'd have to tell you on a case by case basis
Oh, Reggie's here.
exactly what I liked. And it's hard for me to remember things like movies I loved. I love When Harry Met Sally. That's just right for me. It's funny.
but isn't it interesting that like some things have like some movies have like all those same elements, but some you consider good and some you consider bad, or like some you actually like and some you don't care for?
I don't think it's weird, because if I watched it just very recently, I could tell you exactly why. I mean, I could say like, oh, they were using that formula that they thought was going to get me, but they were just being formulaic, and I could see through it, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's a lot of interesting processing me and Chris has done on that sort of thing recently.
Mhm.
Like what makes something good?
Do you like animated movies, Annie?
Hardly ever, but doesn't mean that I never would. Fantasy's kind of hard for me.
Yeah.
I'm more about the animation. I don't care for live action personally.
I don't like action, but I mean people-centered movies.
Yeah, live
with
action meaning like real people actors.
real people. Yeah. My all-time favorite movie I think is Il Postino, but that was like from the 90s. I don't know. I like a lot of movies. I just can't remember them.
That's kind of interesting. I feel like I just remember everything that is like that. Like my bucket for a lot of non-real things, I just kind of like remember them.
I mean, I consume so much. I watch so many movies every week that I just can't remember them. Too many.
So yeah, I haven't been to a theater to watch a movie since 2010. I don't have Netflix, and pretty much screw Hollywood and screw the record companies.
If you made a movie, Hank, what would it be?
Probably remake Bible Black, except I make sure that the English dub doesn't suck.
Yeah.
I was thinking about a movie I'd make this morning. I was thinking about one. It's time traveling serial killers.
That sounds like
time travel back and what's that?
That sounds like a nightmare. Like if you thought about that, like just serial killers that don't care about who they kill, they just want to kill, and they go back through history and mess everything up.
But then a governmental agency has co-opted them, and they're allowed to kill only certain people. So the government's time traveling back in time with serial killers to kill people that do bad things in the future. So
No, that movie exists.
Does it?
Yeah, there's a
feel
movie
like it
like
might.
that. I'd have to, like, if you Google time travel movies, there's one where they use a suitcase, and it's like that exact plot.
Oh, is that the Looper?
No, not Looper. It's another one.
Umbrella Academy.
No, I'd have to look up time travel movies, and I could do that right now.
There's one TV show where they sort of did that, where he's like a CIA guy or something, and he went back in time and they were trying to change the future timeline. But
I think it's called Predestination.
Huh.
Yeah, with Ethan Hawke.
Oh, Ethan Hawke, huh?
Yeah.
2014.
Well, time travel kind
I
of
don't think I've seen that one.
goes into a topic of a show I watched recently that was pretty darn good. Does anyone like the Terminator series?
Oh, I saw there was a Terminator
Terminator
cartoon out.
Zero, right?
Yeah, there's like a Terminator Zero anime thing that came out, and it was actually like really good. They like really dug deep into some of the philosophical themes, and like the characters were pretty good, and it just like had some nice action. I think it was animated by the same people that did a Ghost in the Shell, if anyone's familiar with that.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
But
Like the original one or the newer one?
I think it's just like the anime Ghost in the Shell.
Like the one from the 80s?
Yeah, the studio that animated that sort of thing. I don't have the knowledge on that part of it, but yeah, it was really good, and it kind of like talked about the like humans being a cancer on Earth sort of thing. Like, how would
Yeah,
you
like the Matrix.
justify humans being like good in some way? And it was like, wow, that's actually a pretty good question.
Yeah, I watched it. I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was super, super good, but I didn't think it was super bad either.
Yeah, I don't think I'd
Isn't
like
that
put it
like
on,
most stuff? It's just that it's like, yeah, it's okay.
Most
Yeah.
stuff is just middling. I think
Yeah,
that even the movie industry doesn't know what's going to be good. They like put all this crap out, and once in a while they get something that just sparks.
They do screen testing too, where like they re-edit, they do a few different edits of movies, and then they do screen testing on different populations. Yeah.
I wonder
I
how
don't
that
know if they
works.
do that anymore because there's so much garbage. I don't see them doing it because it's just so bad. Most of the stuff.
Well, I'm guessing they might do that, but then they're just like ship it anyways. These people are wrong.
Well, yeah, I was watching this one show. They were saying like the way the TV industry was like in the 80s and 90s. Like, look at X-Files from the 1990s. They had like a little bit of a season. It got slowly better. They got feedback. They switched it up. They made it better. Then it snowballed and got even better as the
Right.
time went on.
But
Now
jumping the shark is also real. Where like a show starts off good and then it gets to some point where it just becomes completely lame. Like it goes too far.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Do you have any examples that come to mind?
yeah, what's that one? The Western
Oz?
from HBO.
Oh.
It's like robots with the Western.
So good. Wait, the one with the Shakespearean language, kind of the really what was it called?
Westworld.
Like what's that?
Westworld.
Yeah, Westworld. That's what I'm.
Oh yeah, that does get weirder and weirder. Deadwood, though.
Oh, Deadwood.
That is so good. I love that show, but it's over.
I just started. That one.
It's
I'm like
so
in season 1.
good. And
Would
it
you
never.
rather have ended, or would you rather have like gone on and then eventually got bad?
No, I mean, I'm sad that it's over, but it never got bad. You know, it never
That's
I
felt
mean, like, is that
Yeah.
preferable though?
Yeah.
You want something to be good the whole way through.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like
some
what
people have
happens
mixed opinions on that.
the jumping the shark thing is like people sort of fall into the archetype of their characters and they start, I don't know, they start playing their characters as if they're characters, and it just, there's like this meta realization that the character knows that he's a character sort of thing. That's usually when the show gets bad.
Is
When
that
that
like
sort of
not being?
transition happens.
Would you explain that as like not being authentic? Like it becomes not authentic?
Maybe.
I think it's the producers that are meddling. That's what I think it is.
Could
It's like
be.
you have these people above that are like, oh, we need to do this, this, this.
The reason why it's called Jumping the Shark is because it came from like Happy Days back in the day, and they literally did a surfing episode where they jumped over a shark, and then they were like, that was the episode where everything went bad, and from there it was all downhill.
Oh.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, so this is my theory. Is like when you have like an intellectual property, you have like a good idea, like The Matrix, and then it starts, and like beginnings are really good in movies. It's like setting the scene, and it's all like new, and there's the weird paradigm, and then
Right.
it happens where, oh, you realize Neo's not in the Matrix, or he's in the Matrix, and then you have the resolution. Then the producers and stuff like, oh, we need to do this again, and then
Yeah, it's like,
you run out of.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, there
they
is the meddling factor.
keep like
Sorry, Annie.
you take that gimmick and you keep ratcheting it up
Yeah.
over and over
Right.
again. Like,
And
let's
then-
use this device until it's all used up.
Yeah,
Then-
there is. So I agree. There is that factor where like the producers or like they try to like, but for me, it's when they become self-aware that they're characters. That's what it feels like. It's like they're just self-aware that they're in a movie and they're just playing characters in a movie. Like I don't know how to.
It's like the
Explain
main
it
guy
to
from
you.
Walking Dead.
It just becomes like this routine. It becomes It becomes like
He's like a
here
character
we go
actor,
again.
just come
Yeah.
like doing the same thing over and over. Yeah, with Marvel, yeah, for sure.
I'm wondering if it's like the show loses some of what makes it like have pieces of it that is like true to reality. It starts to lose those authentic pieces, and because it loses some of that like what makes it connected to reality, then that's where it kind of like starts falling off, if that makes any kind of sense.
It doesn't.
It does, I think. I think like a part of this issue, and maybe if someone said this, I apologize for rehashing it, but it's like just a lot of shows and a lot of like media in general, they just don't know when to let it end. Like I feel like there's a good like natural ending point for shows and movies and or not movies, series. And like it's like some people just aren't willing to let it go at the right time, and then it gets spoiled.
Yeah,
Right.
because they
Yeah.
want the money. They want to get a
Bean
payday,
counters,
so they
yeah,
don't
for
end
sure.
it.
It's
They
the
don't end
bean
it to-
counters.
Yeah. They
And
don't
then
end it
they-
when it needs to end because they want the payday because they want the money. They need a
And
pay.
they purposely mine this stuff because they don't have any original ideas. So you get a lot of washed up people that don't know how to write their own stuff. They're like, oh, Star Wars, that's a great IP. We can take that and do whatever we want with it. But when you're not authentic to the characters, to their character arcs in the previous movies, you ruin
Yeah.
the whole thing.
I kind of like tying the word congruency to that, and I feel like that's a bucket word I'm trying to kind of like fit in authenticity to, and like what you were just saying, and like bits of the reality aspect. Like it's congruent, and it's like a very subjective thing. And when I was trying to process it, it's like when something seems to be like really good, it seems to like be the subjective experience of the most amount of people find it congruent or authentic and like have some kind of truth to reality in it. How many people did I lose?
Well,
Sounds great. to
well,
me.
yeah, it's argument from emotivism. Unfortunately, he just said the most people like it, then it's real. Well, you're in black magic land.
Yeah.
I don't think so, because there's like, it's not just like some people liking it, it's just like kind of like more of a phenomenal thing, like Harry Potter, for example, Star Wars, like things that were pretty much considered good by like the majority. Like, why were these things good? And like, why do these things seem to represent some aspects of reality? You know, you hear Jordan Peterson talk a lot about that sort of aspect and his own intuitive language, and it's just like that sort of thing. And it's like, it's subjective, but it's like,
It's a
seems like
bandwagon
people just kind of
fallacy.
like know it's good.
That's a bandwagon fallacy.
No.
You said it was good and real because a lot of people liked it. That's a bandwagon fallacy.
No.
Well, that's not the whole thing, though. That's a part of it for sure.
It's a
but
part of it.
That's not the driving force, though.
I
It's
was
like
just talking
Star
to
Wars. Star Wars, when it first came out, it was like broke everything of what came before. So it's
Yeah.
like you have this new world, this new thing that's brand new with these
and
characters.
it's compelling.
Yeah, it propelled you. It's like it's like the zeitgeist of the time. It just like latches on and it hits just right, and that becomes popular. And then there are some bandwagon followers, but
I see the chatter asking about my type. I'm glad I caught that, but my type was FFNE TINE, consume, sleep, blast, and play last. So I'm a Mark Zuckerberg basically, except for I believe I'm a number 4.
So you're like David, but a play last instead of a sleep last.
Yes.
Dang,
you,
you're not
are
gonna.
you the non-reptilian type though? I hope.
I don't know. I don't know how people see me. I'm an IP. I don't know how to
I
answer
mean,
that. Ask
it
Chris.
tracks with the INTPs liking their anime. Just saying.
Yeah,
You
but
laugh, so you're not a lizard. We vetted.
see, I got
Yeah.
like a little bit of face blindness, I think, so I feel like that's a reason why I'm more drawn to like animation.
Nice. What up, Nico?
Reginald, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. What's up?
I wanted to express my Hunter x Hunter like concept of like one
Okay.
aspect of the show that I think is really interesting, and I'm processing like what it means, like what's the reality in it, and it's basically like how the Hunter x Hunter Association works. It's like people that become hunters like hunt a specific thing. It's like very DI, it's like selfish.
Yeah.
And it's like these people that become hunters like can do massive amounts of damage, understanding like what nin is and all like the power stuff. But it's like the reason why the system exists in this world is because people pursuing their most selfish things that are authentic to them produce the most benefit to society and the world. Like that idea is crazy to me, that that
Mhm.
kind of selfish authentic pursuit creates the most benefit to the world, and that seems like a really real thing to me, and it's like one of my key takeaways from the show. I didn't know what you thought
When
about that.
so I guess when you say benefit, like what are we talking about? Are we talking monetarily? Because that's the only benefit I
It's
saw.
Yeah,
it's
just of the
like
capitalism.
beyond that, like
It's a
there's
religion of post-capitalism.
there's like the food hunters or whatever they're called, where they like make new dishes and like
Yeah,
hunt new things. So it's like not just monetarily, but it's just like
like
bringing
quality.
quality, new experiences, and like positive change. It's
Yeah,
like
I
all the
think
things the hunters go for.
it's interesting, right? Because I think so. I can see that. I would also tie that. I mean, it is DI, but it almost feels like specializing in a way as well. The
Yeah,
hunter approach. I
I
think
mostly just call it like authentic. It's like who
right.
the person is tied into what their goal is and how they're pursuing it.
Right, exactly. I could co-sign that. I think the one thing that I find, if I frame it the way you're framing it, is like DIs cancel each other out in the collective,
Yeah, I
right?
think that's pretty much how it goes.
So
Yeah, with like the bad hunters
yeah,
versus the good hunters and stuff.
exactly. So it's like you can be as DI selfish as you want. I feel like I think I view the world that way. Like, I'm like just yeah, it's like just approach whatever you want,
Yeah,
and then
it
it's like
does feel like
don't
it
worry
has
about
more
it.
of a number one flex, like self-driven approach to it. But I
Yeah,
feel like some hunters aren't necessarily self-driven. So I feel like to kind of encompass all of it, I feel like the core idea that ties to reality is like how powerful the authentic self is, and when you
yeah,
align with that authentic self and pursue in that direction that is authentic to you, you create so much value in the world. It is ridiculous. And I just was thinking what you thought about that idea, and like, do
yeah.
you think our world works that way? Do you think if more people
Sounds like IP
would
preaching as
stop?
saviors to me.
Yes,
Sorry.
kind of, because
I
like
yeah.
some of these ideas came from Julian, so yeah, IP savior
Right.
all the way. But it's
I'm
like an interesting idea.
I think it's interesting. I think there's two thoughts. I think to answer your question about like what I think about it, I'm curious because I think the author did a good job contrasting that with the Chimera ants. If you saw
Yeah,
that arc,
yeah,
so they were very disciplined but it's like and they were serving like like the same objective selflessly. It was when their DIs came into play that everything fell apart, basically.
can you
Like
give me the example of that? Because from what I
yeah,
remember, I
so
don't
it's like
remember
so
the
for example, like
DI playing into that.
so everyone was initially serving just like the ants taking over. That was like just the DE. I would say that's like the selfless drive. Like everyone served the king, right?
Yeah,
Or the queen or whatever.
yeah,
And then once they started gaining basically human will, I mean basically is what it was, like volition. It's like some of them like they betrayed each other. right? It's like and their whole system of taking over the world basically like fell apart.
So
And
you're saying
so
that people that became their authentic selves and followed their DI created a better world?
a better world for humans, but not for them. I mean, they got wiped out.
I don't know, some of them, and I'm like, taking the Ant King guy, like he went out pretty happy, I'd say. So there's like
Yeah.
some pretty fulfilling lives on like a lot of the sides of it, even like in the good and the bad.
Yeah, but they kind of went like they became an endangered species basically. And so I think like the reason I'm bringing this up is that I think like that arc was a cautionary tale against the extremes of this idea. Right?
I'm gonna have to
Now, as
process
for
that because I
does
have
it
a hard
play
time
out
seeing
in
that.
real life? I would say, yeah, I would take a more balanced view. I'm like, I think sometimes like I think as a whole, I'm laughing a little bit because I think Hank is right. This feels very much capitalist. It's like just do what you want and the
Yes.
market will correct itself. Like it's fine. Right.
Yeah. I
And
do see that part of it.
and so I think and like people have problems with capitalism for various reasons, mainly because it's like it rewards like even the Hunter Association rewards power.
Yeah.
Right? So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's like, sure, you can do whatever you want if you're powerful enough to do so. If you're a main character, sure, do whatever you want. But it's like people like there's a bunch of people that died horrific deaths in that show trying to do
Yes,
what they
there is.
wanted. Yeah.
Uh,
So I don't know.
I'm just like applying it to something real life that's not from a IP perspective. I look at Shan and how she's going about being more authentically herself when she's doing the live streams and
Yeah.
like taking on that more of what role she feels like she's supposed to fill. Like her getting over her fears and all the nonsense and external noise and just trying to align with the authentic self has created a lot of value already. So if you just imagined like people stop
That's just because she's an
caring as
EJ.
much.
That's why. That's she's doing her demons.
Yes. So what you would call authentic self is what I call social validation.
No. And I think I disagree with it just being her demons. It's like I mean, it's just not it's more than just doing her demons. It's not just like
I mean, if the
oh,
more
I'm
DI
a
you do, the more sick I will get to my stomach, and the more I'll want to puke. Whereas, like, the more DI Shen will do, the more like impressive it is, and the more of a like you're talking about, like the more it
Yeah.
adds, the more value it adds.
Sorry, I don't know what his name is. Dragon, Mr. Dragon.
yeah.
I don't know. I guess my curiosity. So I agree with Shan's situation for sure, but I am curious. Is like, yeah, do you see this also on like the DI side, like Dave's side, like when he's the most authentic version of himself? It's like, are you getting the same vibes?
I don't know what his authentic self is, so it's harder for me to process that. It's like I don't have a good grasp of like what Dave's goal is, what's like true to him, what's like his passion, like what's that like if he was a hunter, what group would he be in? I don't know. And the reason why I like processing this so much is because I feel like I have a lot of trouble knowing what direction I want to go, and I put a lot of time in processing. Like it's like the path you get and you like there's no special path, it's something you choose. As Dr. K said it, you like gotta jump in the ocean and swim to the other side while not knowing if there's land there or not. And it's you need to be like have that super internal authentic push that's true to yourself in order to make that jump. Otherwise I think you're just get held back by the fear, and I'm trying to figure out how to make that decision for myself and where I want to jump and that sort of thing.
Oh, okay. You just lined
Normal
up my
IP
targets.
sleep
You,
processing stuff.
It feels the
Yes.
opposite to me, Hank.
yeah, you just lined up my targets. Because if you happen to drown in the ocean, you must have been lying to yourself.
That's cool, I guess.
No, it's cool. But no, because pretty much the big problem is who is that? Yeah.
Hey, I'm the DI here. I decide what the problem is for myself.
Yes.
Oh my
So
god.
no. The problem is that it's all about results. You determine if something's authentic, not about what their feelings is. It's how people react to what they already did. So it has nothing to do with their feelings. It has to do with everything with society's reaction to your actions. And if society validates it, then we'll work backwards and say, well, they must have been authentic.
No.
My natural gut reaction to when any IP starts trying to preach authenticity, I'm just like, this is what is it? This is just
Well, see, you didn't know I was an IP until I told you. I mean, you probably could
no,
have
no, no.
guessed,
I'm
but you
not.
didn't
I'm
have
not talking
know.
about you specifically. Yeah. The answer is you're not that special. Like, there's nothing
Yeah.
super special about you. You can be authentic, and like, who cares?
Exactly.
Like, the authentic you isn't something that anyone cares about but you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
but
can be authentic and fail. So
I mean,
that's
Kinda.
the axioms don't make any sense.
I feel like that's kind of the point, though, right? Like, so I mean, like,
Yeah.
I think to your point, I don't know what your name is, but I'm just gonna call you Mr. Dragon because it's funny.
You can call me Neck, or I can tell you my real name, but someone in the community already has that name.
Okay,
So
I'm just
I
gonna
don't know
call
how to
you.
stop it.
I'll just call you Mr. Dragon. So yeah, so Mr. Dragon, right? So I think it's funny because I'm going through a very similar experience with like this
Yes.
direction
Yes.
type of question. I've been processing it through the lens of Vinland Saga personally, but I'm not saying you have to watch that.
I want to. It's on my rainy day list because I know it's good and I know I'll like it.
Yeah, it's really good. I think the point here though is whether this is, I don't even know if this is an OP question. I think this is just like a direction question. I don't like, and I don't know if direction is necessarily DI or DE. I think to Hank's point, I will say sometimes the most authentic or the most valuable version of yourself, it's like, I do think Shan is still balancing DI versus DE when she like expresses herself.
Yes.
She can't go all in NDI. She can't.
Yeah.
It's not possible.
It's like I feel like she expresses the socially like interesting sides of her, which I think is good, right?
Yes.
And
yes.
you know, and that includes the vulnerability and all that. I think those are important things to share.
100%.
But it's like there's still like from a DI versus DE, I don't know if I would process it using that specific coin.
I don't think I would either.
I don't know I don't even know if it's OP related. Like I know some people are processing that the social coins are about motivation, so maybe that, but
yeah, I think I have something to add in this regard. I think the authenticity is, if I'm following the conversation well, it's more of a like kind of Jungian shadow type of a proposal of like authenticity isn't just the kind of, if we were to put it into like typology framework, it's not just the first two functions. It's the authenticity is the full self becoming conscious and then moving forward with all of you, not just the like one part of you kind of a thing.
Yeah. And there's like a good framework that I stole from Dr. K that kind of helps understand it, and it kind of goes against some of what Hank was saying, as there's like gosh, I wish I could like send a graph or something since I took a screenshot of it, but it's like there's 4 quadrants, and like there's like what comes from you, and there's like what comes from outside of you, and then there's like what benefits you and what costs you. And it's like what comes from the outside is like what was it, shoulds is one of it. It's like I think that's what costs you, is you're like the shoulds. So if you're going off of the shoulds, that's like the societal expectations, and that's like something external. And the opposite of that, from like what comes in from you, is the values. So you don't want to operate off of the shoulds, you want to operate off of the values. So it's like Dr. K gave the example of like someone that's overweight and wants to go to the beach but feels like they can't because they're overweight. So it's like, oh, I should go to the gym because I'm not allowed, throw whatever OPS terms you want in there, to go while I'm in this state. So that's like a societal expectation, is that I shouldn't go to the beach while I'm at this weight. And then you can like look at that from another angle, which I would call like more growth mindset, where you're seeing it like a value of, I want to be healthier. So it's like changing how you're looking at going to the gym to be something like dreadful. You don't want to do it. It doesn't align with you. It's just what other people want. You should fall into that kind of thing. And it's not real motivation to an actual value. And when you change it to a value, that gives it more internal and energy and propels the action to follow through. But it takes some kind of awareness and intent to do that. And then like
Yes. What
on the
Dr.
other
K
side,
doesn't tell you is that if your values don't match society, his industry will label you as mentally ill and try to modify your behavior.
In the cult religion of psychology, right, Hank?
Affirmative.
Affirmative, yeah.
but if it's coming from internal stuff, it doesn't matter as much, because it's like, do you value like being labeled by society in this way? Not really. So maybe I'll change my actions. Like, what are you trying to?
I think
what
that's the
do you want
crux
for
of
yourself?
DE2 is the validation thing, where you're trying to meet expectations and study expectations and change expectations, push certain expectations in some people, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
It's
and
very
like what us IPs are kind of missing is like that spectrum of it. We're not paying as much attention to it, and from that we get better data. When we have the data, we're not as afraid of the unknown. What?
No, there's just an echo.
Oh, and when we gosh dang it, I'm drinking my decider juice right now, so I'm not as nervous.
Yo,
I forget what I was saying.
ethanol is the solvent for all problems.
Yeah, I completely lost my train of thought with that.
Okay, so
But,
let's assume I didn't value internally. I didn't value someone else's body autonomy, but if I do that and acted upon it, I would be labeled with
I
antisocial
can't tell if
personality
I'm cutting
disorder.
out or you're cutting out.
You're cutting out.
I think you're cutting out.
Yeah,
What?
if I didn't value
Am
other
I
people's
losing
bodily autonomy, and
Yeah.
it doesn't matter if it came internally or externally, if I acted upon it, I would be labeled with antisocial personality disorder from Dr. K's industry. So it's kind of irrelevant.
I think I'm back now. I was kind of cutting out. I didn't hear any of that. Can you try again?
Yeah, I'll say again. So if I from internally didn't value people's bodily autonomy and I acted upon that personal value, I would be labeled by Dr. K's industry of having antisocial personality disorder.
Yeah, and you go to jail.
Yes.
You know, there's nothing quite like sleep processing on stream. This, you know what? I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you Mr. Neck. There we go.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
so what Dr.
think-
K is right only if society validates you,
Yeah.
which is the which
Dr.
is my
K
point.
is right if only society values you.
Yeah, if society validates your behavior, then Dr. K is right. And if society doesn't validate your behavior, Dr. K is wrong. But the
Yeah.
important part is that society validates your behavior, whether it came from you internally or you just it's an externally driven.
I don't think it's as much the behavior as like, what direction do you want to head? Like, what do you want,
Just-
man?
Yeah.
If the
There's a
direction I
difference-
want to head is against society, I'll get labeled with a mental disorder, and society will correct the behavior.
There's a
But
bunch
why?
of different ways you can validate your behavior, right? You can judge it based on outcomes, not just based on how society responds to it.
Yeah, why do you want to go
like-
against society? And is that like really internal, or is that focusing on the external?
Like a lot of
I had to
people in the
modify
past,
I had to modify my behavior so I don't get thrown in jail. Do you comprehend that?
I guess if you think it's like your behavior by default is to do something illegal, but like
Yeah.
I don't think you would jump to that.
So Dragon, I think this is actually a really good point that Hank's making, right? So it's like, what if it's like this authenticity? It's not always like pure of heart, let's say, right? Like whether in real life or even in the Hunter show, right? So it's like, let's take for example, like all the people that want to murder other people.
Yes.
It's like, how are you processing that end of the spectrum?
I've been working on that, and I think gosh, what card do I want to play here? Do we know about Schoolboy 9?
What?
Do we know about Schoolboy 9?
Is that a show?
Anime?
It is a individual in Europe that is not societally acceptable, let's say.
Man committed about
Okay.
15 violent crimes and government espionage.
Well,
This is getting really decidery, by the way. The processing authenticity, just putting it out there, and
that's fine.
social acceptance and all that kind of stuff.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting. I mean,
So-
It's a Thursday.
So
Yeah.
this individual is like clearly like being authentically themselves and going in whatever direction they feel like. Society is completely creeped out. It's like
I wouldn't even call
it's
that
like-
authenticity, though. I would call that just being a slave to your whims.
Exactly. And that's like the difference between like coming from like the quote unquote you versus like your thoughts and emotions, because your thoughts and emotions are not you. And
Okay.
if you let those control you, that's where it heads in the direction where it's going to be more likely not
So
societally
Nailed
acceptable.
him. Nailed him.
okay, wait. Okay, so Hank,
Hey, Hank nailed you. He thinks he won in a debate.
hold on.
Go for it, Hank.
Before you
Hammer down.
attack Hank, I'm curious as to how you would then know. So let's say you're right about that, Dragon. How
Yes.
would you then know anyone's authentic, though? How do you know they're not just being driven by something?
I feel like there's just like it's like, how do you know a movie is like actually good or not? Like it's like something that's invisibly subjective that I think just works, and we don't know how it works. That's like my working theory at the moment, and I already forgot the question you asked.
No, that's fine. I'll let Hank go.
So basically, you said, not me. I also said, if the internal drive is accepted by society, then you call it authentic. But if it's not accepted by society, then the internal drive just doesn't count, and
That's not what I said.
it doesn't count. So they must not be authentic.
No, I'm saying that this person that does not fit society is extremely authentic, and there's a weird creepy factor that comes from that.
Oh, I
Oh,
thought you
you-
were arguing. I thought you were arguing he was not authentic because he was driven by like whims or whatever.
No, I'm saying he's authentic, but in like a bad direction that's coming more from the thoughts and emotions and not the
Okay.
other part of you that's more like the authentic self, like comes from the quote unquote you. Like,
Okay.
a dragon snack.
yeah,
Do you know a kid? You watched Dragon Ball, right?
yeah,
You know Kid Buu.
yeah.
I think by that definition, he would be pretty authentic.
Yeah.
But that is just, ooh, yeah. That's authenticity, all right. But
Boo wants candy. That is who Boo is. You give Boo candy.
and then Kid Buu wants everything gone.
I don't even like the word authentic. I use it as a typing question because it reveals a lot about people when they talk about it. But I don't even like that word because there's a more wholesome you that isn't authentic, that's more complete. And like if you were to say authentic, it's an incomplete you. It's like half of you. It's just your conscious side. But like a whole complete you is like integrating your unconscious, and that's not authentic. That's complete. It's very different.
I think the way I'm talking about authentic is the complete. It's like what Chris.
I know you think that, but I
Gumby
don't
and
think you
Chad.
are. Yeah, I know you think that, but I don't think you are at all. Yeah.
I mean, when I was talking about Schoolboy 9, of course not, because that's just like
Yeah.
not the whole puzzle, but it's more so congruent. That's the word I meant to use instead of authentic when I wanted to
Even
talk about
congruent, even
congruency.
congruent. It's not capturing the completeness of a person, like the completeness level that a person can reach. And authenticity, generally, the way we use it colloquially, means you would never reach that either. You would just be stuck in a divided personality in
I
your
need you
saviors.
to give some examples or elaborate, because I don't think I'm fully getting your point.
Like you could
I
talk
guess-
about Trump, for example, as someone who's quote unquote authentic. He's just always doing what he feels like. He's authentically Trump in all moments. And that's kind of what people are responding to in him too. Like this genuine, I think genuine is more the word. But yeah, and Kamala seems like very fake in what she's doing. But then
Yeah.
right. But then like you would go to someone who's more complete and more whole. You would get to like the Dalai Lama or something like that. You know, someone who's more who's less stuck in who they are.
Yes, but
Mm.
I don't have better SI terms for this. Besides trying to combine like the reality word I'm throwing out, the congruent word I'm throwing out, along with the authentic self I'm throwing out. I feel like
Mhm.
all of those is me trying to capture that completeness that you're talking about, but I just don't have a complete word for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm using DE terminology though.
Are you?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not so much worried about the terminology because terminology is like that takes a while to dial in.
Yeah.
I'm curious about just like what you're saying about. So okay, so on the one hand, you have someone who's very. I'm going to use the word authentic, but I think you guys can argue about what that means. You're using the Schoolboy 9 person as one extreme.
Yeah.
You have Shan at the other extreme. Now, my question is, are they doing the same thing? And if so, like, why do you prefer Shan's over Schoolboy 9's?
They are not doing the same thing, and that's where I like tie it back to like you are not your thoughts and emotions. Like the Schoolboy 9 is someone that is, I guess, more unconscious from the OPS side of things and is going off of his thoughts and emotions, while Shan is like going off of more of what I would call the authentic self. And it's like I don't know, does that help lay it out that she's going off of the
okay,
quote unquote you?
So let me just do process of elimination. So you think Shan is not operating off of thoughts and emotions at like primarily?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm wondering.
Okay.
I wonder. You know, like the
I like how you're asking those questions, Reggie. It's like you're not including yourself and your opinion in this. You're just like, let me just flesh out your weird ass opinion. Okay, just wanted to be clear.
I'm curious.
I love it that way.
I do. Okay, so I'll just be very transparent. I do have a stake in this because I'm also processing. You have to watch Vinland Saga. That's my little plug because it goes into this. But it's like without spoiling anything. It's like
I'm spoiled on it already. I'm aware of things.
You're aware of things, but like still, I think I'm gonna try and be cautious. But like there's this notion of like the main character being like he emptied himself of his basic drives, right? He was like this very warrior type. And he like emptied himself out, right?
Yes.
And then he has to he talks about like this fighting battle he has to live with the rest of his life between that person and like this basically this peaceful pacifist good person.
Absolutely.
Like that, right? So if that's what you're talking about, I think that I am also processing that just because I happen to be thinking about that right now.
Yes.
I don't have an answer because I'm wondering. I think the notion is like, do people really change like that fundamentally? And I don't know.
Change as much as making a decision. It's a choice. It's like what I was saying about the life path stuff. It doesn't happen to you. You don't just like necessarily fall into the ocean normally. It's something you have to choose, and that's like a big core idea behind OPS.
Yeah.
Christopher, no. Okay, anyways.
So you're basically choosing between like, I'm gonna use OP terms as well. It's like you're basically choosing between like basic savior addictions or just default. I think they call you default programs, something like that. And like you can actually choose something else if you want to.
Yes,
Right, okay.
absolutely.
And that choice, so like you said, it's not the actual outcome necessarily, but it's that choosing the other path that's the authentic self.
Yes, it's like again, it's about the direction you're going, because all you have control over is the effort that you can put in that will help you get closer or move forward in that direction. You
Yeah.
cannot control the outcome or the end goal of what happens.
Yeah. Okay, no, I think I don't know how I would get in touch with you, but I'd love to talk to you about this more, because I mean I'm literally thinking about this right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of
What are
vaguely
you
aware.
thinking
You're
about,
one of the
Reggie?
tribe members I feel like I somewhat know, and I kind of understand what you've been processing from what I've been watching. So you can find me. I'm technically in the unofficial Discord, even though I'm not active there. So you can
I'm totally a pariah there. I'm not there.
you
I
can
got
join the subjective personality and find me there.
subjective personality. Okay.
So-
I can consider.
Subjective. It's a Rob's
What are you
server.
processing with this, Reggie?
Yeah, I think like, so for me, I'm processing like this relationship between I think what he's calling the authentic self, I'm gonna use that term, and like meaning, right? Like having a meaningful existence. Because it's like, for me, I'm just gonna speak personally. It's like I get very like listless and very like drained of purpose a lot of the time. And so, especially through the lens of this show, which is a really great narrative, it's just kind of proposing this hypothesis of you can experience meaning by choosing to go against for me there's two facets. There's going against your past self, that's like I'm gonna call it the bad self. I'm being overly simplistic, but like the self that did harm in the past is like you have to fight against that.
I don't
And
know
then
if I agree with that.
And then on the other end of the spectrum, it's like you need to, this is my terminology, and it might be a little bit sacrilegious to say, but you need to create like heaven on earth, like by yourself. Like it's like you do not rely on like a supernatural being or anything like that. It's like you need to be responsible. It's like you need to be responsible for like making life better for yourself and for other people. And
Yeah, that's what I was thinking the whole time.
Yes.
Okay.
Which would mean
elevating. Trying to elevate things.
Yeah. This would mean this authentic self is stuck in the realm of the intersubjective, like I've been saying the whole time.
Sure. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really care what it is called or what it does. Like that's what I'm processing. I'm like, whatever that is like that is the path forward, or the proposed path forward, and I'm experimenting with that.
Part of that comes from Jordan Peterson, where he talks a lot about like the highest high and going towards that. If you watch Julian himself, you'll hear a lot more about his ideas revolving around the authentic self. But I just kind of wrote something out today that I guess I could share if the tribe wants it. But it was about like being a play last. I of course have like trouble moving, and even though I'm DI, I have trouble choosing a direction. I'm like very tribe. I get a lot of drive from the tribe, which is part of why I think I'm number 4. And basically, I wrote this thing out that goes over like the terms of intent, inspiration, motivation, direction, and energy. And I wrote this thing out, kind of explaining those correlations.
I mean, these ideas are a lot older. They're older
move.
than Jordan Peterson by thousands of years. They're ancient ideas.
I'm sure, but I don't have that. All I know is the connections I've made through the specific people I stole the ideas from.
Yeah.
So I can read that out if you want.
Yeah, please do. I'm just saying bye to everyone. I gotta go. But
later, Reggie.
Back to work with
Thanks for jumping on, buddy.
Okay. See you later.
All I heard from Reginald there, creating heaven on earth, is essentially I have to use enough spiritual energy to create a domain that is basically the opposite of Malevolent Shrine.
I don't think anyone else is going to get that reference but me.
Yes, I know, Sakuna, I know. So, but yeah, that's why I kind of take personal offense to that notions that, well, you're not socially successful. It's not
But-
because you're not following, you're not listening to your soul enough. I take personal offense in that because you're trying to remove the fact that the judgment of whether I'm authentic or not is actually a social validation. It's a society. It's not my choice. It's other people's choices.
Do
So
you
don't tell.
want to? Do you feel like it'd be valuable for you to dig into why you were offended about some of these ideas on this stream, or
Oh,
are you not
absolutely.
comfortable with that?
Yes, I am comfortable, and I actually already know the reasons
Dude's
because
about ready to saute.
If you
yes.
already know the reasons, then I don't think it's something we can dig into. If you're not open to exploring it, then there's not much we can do here. But I guess we should ask other people on the
Well,
panel if it's something they want to use their time for as well, or if we want to change topics.
I'm good for changing whatever topic, but I mean, Hank, if you want to finish your point, go for it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, pretty much society doesn't want to admit to how superficial they are. I'm willing to admit how superficial I am. Um, but so they insist that there must be something deep in here that I need to dig out because they don't want to. They don't want to admit to the things they have control over, and rather just privatize the losses, as they say in economic terms.
So are you saying that you can see whether they're being authentic or not?
I'm saying that there's facts just right in front of them that they will rather deny because it makes them feel bad.
I
And
agree with that. People do deny facts because it makes them feel bad. People avoid truth because they would prefer happiness.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's like a jump in terms of like, we're just going to have this label of society, and then we're just going to jump to the conclusion that all of them fall into the category of not liking things because it gives them negative emotions.
It's an aggregate. It's an aggregate. So people on average would reject facts because it makes them feel bad.
Yeah.
I
There are
don't think
people
I
like that for
followed
sure.
that very well.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
They
Pretty
don't.
much.
Uh, you know what's funny? I've also kind of been doing like similar processing to you, Dragon's Neck, on that stuff. I think that's just like sleep high. I think a lot of that is sleep high.
I vaguely remember it. Do you want to talk about that a little bit and what you were thinking
Dave
about?
found me on a video where I
Andy?
was processing this stuff too. Like 15, 20 years ago.
What stuff?
This stuff as well. Dave Powers, he left like a message under my video and he typed me or whatever when I was processing this stuff. The same thing.
Bruh.
You
It's
were on
something that
YouTube. What
What
site
stuff
was
though?
it?
I don't know
YouTube
what
still?
stuff you're talking about.
Yeah, it is. But yeah,
the
YouTube
authenticity,
is
the
just-
default programs, all that stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
So essentially, it kind of, I don't know. A lot of what what I've been like processing on is like observing my thinking and thinking about my own thinking.
Yeah.
Essentially, becoming straight up meta about it, where you process essentially. You essentially get to the core roots of why you're processing what you're processing and the exact and like the causes of all of that. And it is just kind of meta. Like you get like when you're there, you see all of yourself.
I don't believe you. You don't never see all of yourself. That's not true.
Well,
You'll never see the part of you that's seeing. So there's that.
I don't think we know what we're talking about at all at the moment. So do you want to like ground this and clarify it on like a singular point that you're trying to talk about, or are you just wanting to express some of your current
essentially,
self stuff?
like what I was getting to was like where like I was gonna ask like where do you see the authenticity coming out, the quote unquote authenticity coming out of that, if you can see 90% of your stuff.
I guess I'm confused on what we're trying to look at. You're saying see the authenticity out of what? Are we talking about?
Or if you pull a full self integration. I don't know. I think I just actually I know what I did. I just used this as an excuse to talk about my processing. You're welcome.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Well,
kind of
there
wondering.
you go. You got down to the bottom of it.
There we go.
Because
You
I
found
saw
your
a
thinking
connection-
motivation.
I saw a connection between what you guys were talking about and what I was doing.
Which is great. I have processing done on that thing, and there's like a gosh, I guess I don't know if it quite connects, but I'm hearing you saying like
That picture looks like evil Dr. Seuss.
how can I know whether I am aligning with the authentic you or not? Is that
Yeah, how
correct?
do I know if I'm truly myself?
So I think what helped me understand the idea from Dr. K was doing a meditation on that was like kind of about ego, and the meditation is about processing like permanence versus impermanence. So first you like take your awareness and focus on the outside world and think about things in terms of permanence or impermanence. You like say what's the weather today? Is that permanent or impermanent? Is the sun out? Has the sun always been there? Will it always be there? And like all the cars moving outside, the wind changing directions, like all the impermanence, and then you bring it in closer to yourself and the room you're in and the objects around you. What is permanent or impermanent? Like the chair you're sitting on, objects are more permanent, but they can be moved, taken apart, changed, all that sort of stuff. And then you like go a level deeper where you focus on, you put your awareness in yourself, you feel what you're feeling, like an itch. You can listen to all the sounds you are hearing right now and put your awareness there and appreciate all of the sounds and their impermanence. And then the crazy thing that happens is in the part of the meditation that he goes through, it tells you to now put your awareness on the person doing the meditation. It's like, is that person emotional? And it's like once you start focusing on the part of you that is making the observations, it's like the part of you that I feel is more permanent, and it's like the same you that has been you when you were little to when you were like 11 years old till now. Like that core consciousness of you has always been there. And that's how I've kind of gotten the idea of learning how to separate you are not your thoughts and emotions, but those are a part of your experience, so you can't like throw those away, which that's how it plays into what Chris said about Jung's shadow idea, is that it's like accepting all of you, and basically the difference is whether your thoughts and feelings are running the show or whether you are running the show, and being like, okay, I understand and I accept that I think or feel this at this moment, but I'm going to choose to let go of that to move in this direction. And that's like when you get to understand that part of it and that consciousness, like the OPS kind of consciousness, when you hit that feeling, I think that's how you know that you're being authentically yourself. And it's not necessarily like knowing it's the right direction or like some
I
magical thing
think
like
that's how
that.
you know you're not being authentically yourself. If you have to put that much fucking processing into who you are and what's talking, then you're definitely not being authentic.
Oh, this is ironic. Oh
So
my.
I don't think I understand what you're trying to say. My first guess is that you're trying to say that me talking about all this processing and what I think about it is not authentic currently, or you're
No,
talking about something else?
getting to the point where you know you're authentic, you're not authentic. That is not authenticity.
That is
That is
correct, actually. That's
yeah.
exactly what Julian himself says, is like when
Himself. Oh,
people
he's
ask.
special. Okay.
Yes, he is. He's like, if you're asking the question, am I
That's what Benjamin
authentic
himself
yet?
said, bitch. Sorry.
When he's asking the question, if someone's asking the question, am I authentic yet? The answer is no, because you are authentic when you stop asking that question. He talks about that in several of his stuff. For being OE, his
You're good. Yeah, that's what I was getting the whole time. You're going
the
the exact wrong direction to find authenticity.
Yeah, but it's like there's some processes and tools that helps with the understanding, because it does require some amount of understanding, but you can get that you have the understanding when you understand the feeling I was communicating through your own experience. And then when you have that experience and that like knowledge, wisdom, whatever you want to call it, and you don't ask that question anymore, that's how you know you're like there. That's like where Shan is at. I feel like she's like kind of done all of the processing.
Are you sure you're not just projecting a little bit on Shan with this thing?
Probably. I'm probably
Okay.
making a strong connection out of feminine sensory, which is
Maybe.
fine with me. But it's just like considering like what her type is and aligning with her social type, and like how hard it is for her to produce, supposedly from what she says about her own subjective experience. I don't know what's true. Then I feel like what she has said about her experience aligns with this idea.
I mean, to me, it's just, oh, this is really hard. I'm going to play victim. And then you see someone doing it. Like, that's also not conducive to authenticity, I feel.
So that's how you view what Shan is going through?
No, just generally, it's like if everyone's sharing how things are hard and how much they're overcoming and how awesome they are, that's I don't know. That's not authentic. That's like,
yeah. I agree.
That's creating an image of yourself.
Yeah, and I don't know if I want to go there, but yes, I would agree with that. I feel like we could point to examples of that.
If you don't go there, I will, because I know what the next move is. Because
what's the next move, Hank?
Yeah, it's a convergence of whether you're authentic and whether you're self-validated socially, like I've been saying the whole time.
No.
I mean, you might be an authentic crybaby and victim, but that's, to me, that's not, like, that's the word authentic, fine, but that's not the word whole and complete.
And society doesn't accept that.
Yeah, it does. They tend to do the best. Just to...
Kind of. It's like there's parts of society that accept that, but there's like a big part of society, like that's the opposite side of the coin, that does not accept that, because it's like obvious. It's like, I don't know if it really correlates to toxic positivity as an example.
I mean, part of the big social thing right now is like the whole thing with Candace Owens is she was like, no, I'm not a victim. It's like, but you're black. You have to be a victim. No, I'm not a victim. Like that whole thing. Whereas like society is trying to keep people in that state and they want people to be in that state. Whereas like if you're shifting out of that state, that's where you're actually shocking people.
Yes, I hear what you're saying. And I feel like it's like a divide, because I think there's like, it's like the left and the right. There's like half of the people that are pushing fat and there's the other part of it that isn't, but not necessarily are either actually conscious and listening to what she's saying.
Who's she now? Sense. We're still talking about Chen for some reason?
We're talking about Candace Owens.
Candace Owens, okay.
If we're taking it in good faith that what she is saying is authentic herself, you're going to have people on both sides that are going to be like, yeah, you're a victim, play our game. And you're going to have the other side that's like, no, she's an independent, she's not going to play your game. And it's going to be like,
well, I'm just saying, until Candace Owens and people like her started doing that, the whole world was bound in that narrative of black people being a victim and white people being oppressors, and that victim was letting them get ahead in a certain way, I guess. But it was actually holding them back in another way.
More of a public thing. I think it's definitely happened before. Like you've heard Denzel Washington talk about the same sort of thing.
Yeah, sure.
Like a bunch of other people talking about the same sort
of thing. Yeah, don't get caught up on the person. The point's still the point.
Yeah,
I was not getting caught up on the person as much as like you're saying it's happening. It's just starting to happen. I'm trying to say like it's happened before.
Sure, but
here's an ironic
your whole point
twist.
was that victims don't get ahead, and I'm like, no, they actually do get ahead, and that is what society's trying to box people into, victim stuff.
I
Yes,
wasn't
and
saying
there's an
you're getting
ironic
ahead.
twist. White nationalists don't think black people are victims. They think they're super predators. So
I mean,
don't follow.
you were talking about earlier, Hank, where people were trying to get you to do free labor and slavery, and I think that's just wrong.
yeah, but it's good for my soul somehow because
Yeah,
they did free
that's
labor
racist.
for
They can't say that.
yeah, they did
It's good
free
for your
labor
soul
for
to be a slave.
Yeah, they did free labor for like 3 days and then they got hitched, and I did for 6 months, a year, and I just wasted my time.
Well, I don't know, Hank. Are you going to try and kill us all as a super predator?
No, I don't feel like it today.
Okay, that's good.
Hey, Chris, you know a giant doesn't care about ants.
Oh, true. I like that.
I guess I feel like labeling like society pushing a thing is like this an example of what we are talking about when people are wanting Candace Owen to be a victim. It feels like a same kind of like unconscious one-sided perspective to me, and I feel like that's what I am trying to talk to, but I might be projecting and not understanding your point correctly.
Man, I process so much of this, but I'm like blast last, so like all of the words just go into oblivion every time I try and talk about it.
Yeah, it's definitely taken me a long time to kind of figure out how to put it into words, I suppose. And
But
it's a lot easier when I take out like my emotional charge for it and like my opinions. When I like ease up on the DI part of it, I feel like it flows a lot easier.
I can I've actually had kind of what you've described. I have had like something like that happen to me before, but I didn't do like the exact specific thing that you did whenever you meditated. I went on a walk. But
I feel like I have an interesting thing to explore since like I
I would
could
love
be
to talk
like
to you about this, but
like autistic, like I might have like I was suspected to have Asperger's at one point, and you've talked pretty openly about your autism. Have you ever felt from like your own perspective that you kind of wanted to use that as a tool to help you in society? Like play that as a victim card to make things easier? Has like that desire or
People who
thought ever
mention it all the
occurred to you?
time that's exactly what they're doing. Yeah.
Yeah. I also diagnosed with autism. I just stopped using that because the card doesn't work. It doesn't work. So I rather.
So you were
it
actually
doesn't-
trying to use it as a card, but you saw it didn't work, Hank.
It didn't
That's
work.
So I don't think
about it.
everyone else has gotten to that point. They're still trying to use it as a card. You're way advanced, Hank. That's good.
I mean, I'll say like, here's where I struggle, but it's like, I'm not gonna be like, oh baby me, I have autism. Oh, boo, boo hoo. It's like, yeah, sure, I have it. That means that means of course I struggle in certain areas that the average person might not, but the average person might struggle in areas that I won't. So it's like,
But do you feel the temptation when like the pressure is on and like you're
Ooh.
feeling so much pain, you want a way out? Do you like feel like, man, I feel like this is a card I could play, and if it gets the pain to stop, I might actually do it?
yeah, I have had that temptation, and I've actually I have done that at certain points before, but I'm moving away from that because it's just like, no, look, if you just keep outsourcing, if you keep outsourcing your shit on stuff like that, it's like, if you keep outsourcing your problems on stuff like that, it's like
You're
just,
blaming. You're not changing. You're
yeah,
not
yeah,
taking
yeah,
accountability. You're not
yeah.
growing.
There you go. Thank you for wording for me. Yeah, it is. It is like that.
So it's kind of interesting when you think about that. Like, what makes us different to choose that path of, I guess you could say, delayed gratification, but focus on that growth instead of the easy way out? Why do some people play the card and focus on the victimhood aspect? And why do some try to move on and move forward and however they can with the cards they were dealt in life, despite that?
It's
They do
simple.
it
It
works,
works
right,
for them.
Hank?
Yes,
Yeah.
to do it
I
works.
was
It
just gonna
works for
guess
them.
what you're gonna say.
It
They do it
doesn't work
works.
for me. So I'm actually gonna go so far the other way. I'm going to destroy the institutions that gave me the label, and discredit them because they were so unhelpful to me.
All
So
right.
that
That was some fucking any talk right there. But that's like some EP talk. But
but
anyways, um, it also, I think, let's see here. I was gonna say something along the lines. I think it's like a game of survival and validation. I think it's a game of survival as well, because it's like, if you can get away with just blaming it on that, and you can actually get away with it, you're gonna just keep doing it. Versus if you
The
can't get
problem is that once you get into the blame thing and you have other people with the same problem and they also want relief by blaming something, so they'll grab onto your blame, and then you'll have communities that are blaming other communities, and then you get into polarization.
Yep, exactly.
that's where the
The
fun
red
starts,
red
though.
pill.
So it can get kind of nasty pretty quick, but I understand why people would do it, because there's typically a natural tendency to just take the easier way out. I know I have that tendency. It's especially seen with like paperwork or homework. Like, I just didn't do any form of writing or paperwork to the point where I got diagnosed with disorder of written expression. Do I have disorder of written expression? Sure, I guess. Or was it just that I had the muscle, but the muscle gave me a little achy wakey every time I tried to do a curl, and I just decided against it.
So I went out to pizza with a friend this week, and they said, oh, Nietzsche. Like, I was talking about Nietzsche, and they're like, oh, I can read audiobooks, but my ADHD won't let me actually read. I was like, I see. So you're justifying it now. Like, it's exactly this thing. It's like she doesn't want to read, like, or she can't read or whatever. But then it's like, oh no, it's the ADHD. That's why I can't read. I'm actually okay. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm
Sure.
okay not being.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I know whenever
still like
I have ADHD myself, so I think I could actually. I know with me,
You know that it's easy to blame that.
it is easy to blame that.
Yes,
I
it
also know that it comes with a. It does come with a form of urge just to stop reading and move.
Yeah.
Which gets greater and greater until you have to you essentially have to reason your way to getting up, like, and it depends on, did I leave my keys in the car, or whatever, right? Or like, something else, um or the outlet is the ADHD. It's hard to say, an
But like,
urge.
you could turn it back on them and be like, no, the reason why you can't read it is you're not strong enough. You're not disciplined enough. You can't
Yeah,
overcome
that's like
your shit enough.
bad in the other direction.
That's the
it's
reason you
like-
can't read. It has nothing to do with your ADHD.
I don't necessarily know, because I feel like what I was processing while during this conversation is like, when you break it down to an individual level and try to like double decide it and use some FE like Dr. K does, it's like, why are these people doing what they're doing? Like, why is someone blaming their ADHD? What are they getting out of it? And that ties into a lot of their past personal experiences that like are like scars, and like that's like a bunch of accumulation of experiences kind of like helped these people kind of get to this place and they don't necessarily have the tools or wisdom of how to move forward. And I feel like
now you're doing the same thing. You're just justifying it for them. Like it's like you're creating some kind of weird ass narrative to justify the fact that these people. Yeah, you are.
No,
and the real reason is they're pussies.
It's both. It is
No.
both.
No,
they have
No.
you're
their
holding them back. Your
personal
narrative is holding them
experiences.
back. Your narrative
Correct.
is bullshit.
Yes.
Okay,
that,
so
that's what I was gonna say too.
you want to screw off the FE and block bang them over the head, and you think that's going to just make things better.
No, I'm screwing you over with the FE, not them. I got my own tactic for them.
And I was gonna say yes. I was gonna because I'm just gonna go yes.
You're just gonna say yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
at a certain point,
It's not just their fault, but it isn't not their fault.
Then it's just their fault if we remove all the not.
So okay,
Or is it your fault because you're not out doing your duty and being out there and trying to teach these people of a better way that might work for them?
this also.
What am I
can be
doing right now?
I think this.
You're
Why am I
talking
talking
about
about drowning,
they'll
yourself
just
and
pull you
blaming
down.
society.
They'll pull you down with them if they're drowning. There's no point.
I think this also can go to like a discussion on like free will, because it's like
It is pretty much. I mean,
if
like,
the-
yeah, they could pull you down, but like, are you still going to try? Like, you cannot choose the outcome. Are you going to choose?
Yeah,
put
but
in
if you already
effort
know
and
the
try?
outcome, then
And
no.
then
If you
you
already
do
know
not
the
know
outcome,
the
there's no
outcome.
point trying to change
That's
it.
like
Yeah.
demon intuition.
Yeah.
You do not know. You have a guess, but you have a bunch of sensory.
So
of a
every time I was
that
like,
you
no, I
can
don't know the
use.
outcome. I can change this. Like this is my tidal wave. Every time I'm like, oh, I can change this. I don't know the outcome, and then the outcome happens anyway. I'm like, ah, shit, I shouldn't have
But
even
what-
tried. Like I knew this
what-
outcome.
What did you know going into it? If you sleep process,
I knew
and
going
see
into
the
it, and I
signs.
ignored that part of myself.
Yeah.
And
Christopher's
would it
smiling
be
'cause he gets
better if you weren't ignoring that part of yourself and made the conscious decision? Wouldn't
Yes,
that have
exactly.
made
The conscious
pain
decision that there's
better?
no point trying when I already know the ending. I already know the outcome.
Exactly.
It's like it's the
There you
difference
go.
Make some
between
effort.
it's like you're treating it like there's a gun pointed at you, but what I'm trying to propose is the
No, I've
same
just been through the
scenario,
reps. I've gone through it
but
so many
there's
times.
a
I know how
loved
this
one
plays out.
behind you.
Yes. So unless I'm omnipotent, I really don't have enough control to change that outcome. So why waste my energy?
Exactly.
But,
Holy
but the
shit,
part
you
of that ties back to the authentic self is it your duty to help this person, or are you trying
Not if it's not going to help them.
gratify
Yeah.
yourself out of it?
If
Is it
if I-
if someone comes to you and they're like, "I need heroin, give me $5," is it your duty to help them?
No.
Is that going to help them when you play the tape to the end? Is giving them more heroin going to help them? I don't
No.
know. Maybe they're
No.
going to die from like withdrawal if they don't have it. Maybe
But-
then it would be a good decision to give
Once
them
they're
some
like,
heroin.
"Hey, I want to go to rehab. Can you help me?" Then I'll be like, "Yeah, sure, I'll help you."
What?
I'll
If they're
drop
just
you
like,
there.
"Help me find
Hey,
more
hey,
heroin,"
hey,
that's
hey.
not
But
helping them.
hey, if
what-
they say help me go to rehab and you help them, that might turn out really bad and they might like
What
kill people in
No, it
rehab.
won't.
And
That's
What
not
is
a
the
waste of energy.
disagreement
That's a
here?
good. That's a good thing. That's a good
I'm-
outcome.
I missed the disagreement. I had a work call. What are you guys trying to figure out here?
Ben
So
is saying
I was
that
talking about. Okay,
he
so you
knows
tell
it
me what I was
always will
saying.
end bad.
He didn't say that.
No,
He says
I
when
didn't
he
say
does
that.
know when he does know it's gonna end bad, no matter what he does, why put the effort to change it?
What's
That's right.
going to end bad?
So okay, you
Helping
know how
someone.
like you have. I was saying that like there's no point helping someone who's drowning who's just going to pull you in anyways. Like it's just a waste of your efforts. He's like, well, you don't know that from the beginning. I'm like, sometimes you do know that from the beginning. You do
Yes,
know the outcome.
you do.
As
Sometimes.
and yeah, you just don't do that. You don't help someone who's drowning if they're going to pull you under.
You know,
But it depends
What,
on like
what are you guys
you-
arguing about? It
He's
sounds like
telling
all
me
of
no, you don't know that. You can't know that.
I'm saying you don't always know. Like there's a lot of signs, but then there's still like the aspect of duty I'm trying to communicate. Like
So you
who
don't
is
always
this
know,
person
but
to you?
sometimes I know and I ignore that. That's my demon and I ignore it and I just kick myself in the ass afterwards anyways because I'm like, shit, I did know that. Why did I think I could change the outcome? But that's
And
my
I-
cognition. That's how
And
my
I think
cognition works.
that's where
Yeah.
expectations come into play, and you have to
No,
acknowledge.
you're not
your
going to help me out of
expectations.
this, man.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I have
You're not
hero
going to be
and
my
I.
senpai, buddy. It's not going to
Yeah,
happen.
I have hero and I had to gauge that, and that's why I'm arguing with trying to get to Dr. K. I had to run the tier list, but just Dr. but Dr. K is proposing solution is just total nonsense. It's total BS that helps him sell material.
How
It
many
just
people has Dr. K and his team helped since early? Do you know the number of how many people he has helped?
No,
Dude.
I could probably find how many people he claimed was helped.
How about people that have claimed that he's helped them?
Yeah, there you go.
How about
Yeah,
the
it's
opposite?
I don't think I could look up the number, but he wouldn't know the
Survey
number either.
says 200, but they're all delusional.
That's right. There you go, Andy.
Yep, there you go. They're all delusional. They're all delusional but me.
They're all broken.
This is the most TI stream I've ever seen in my life.
Right?
So here's I have a proposition. So how would the question? So a frog sees a rock that looks kind of like a female frog, and the frog, does the deed. Say that frog was conscious. How would it justify its action? Would it blame it on? Oh,
I would like to change the subject. Can you come up with another metaphor here? Nico?
I sent a YouTube short if you want to look at it. I don't think it'll be owned by Netflix this time.
Okay. All right, let me check it out.
If you want a channel change.
Sure. Oh, I know this guy. 1 second, let me share it.
Not that one.
So
Nico,
apparently, if you share other people's YouTube channels, they get notified that it's been on the stream, and they can copyright claim it if they want to. But most of them are cool. So
Yeah.
Well,
this
it
guy's
depends on
not-
how you do it.
Who said?
I mean,
what's going on?
So, if you didn't know, I went to the barber shop yesterday to get my hairline done. I wanted to look like Drake. I happen to think he's a handsome guy. Anyway, obviously, I went to sleep last night. And, so, needless to say, I will be going in there and getting my money back.
Yeah. Connections with just was wondering if you could you see the hairline, if you maybe give me like, I don't know, half back or something.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
No, not I need money, bro.
Okay.
We watched that.
All right. Christopher, what do you want us to get out of that? What's the topic?
That one was honestly just pretty much just random. I wanted to see how people reacted to it.
I started cutting out, so I couldn't see like some of the middle part.
What was the end? What did he say? I didn't catch the end. Was there
The bar will give the money back, half back, because the hair fell out. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was a skit and they knew each other. Was my assumption at the ending.
Bro had a stuffed hairline.
I think all of his stuff is pretty much skits. Yeah.
So
he's a big troll.
Oh, do you know this guy? I have no
idea.
idea.
He's a big troll.
Okay.
Also, wait. Who?
Oh, it's a pun.
Wait,
I just know it's a pun.
What? What's going? Who's trying to say my name? What's going on? Who's calling me?
Nobody, Nico.
I did
You're
call
not
your
that
name
special.
a couple minutes ago.
Ah, okay. Yeah, there we go. All right. I knew it. I knew I heard something. I'm not delusional, guys. I swear.
Right.
I am not one of the 200 Dr. K members.
Do you think the video I sent you last night?
Swear. Huh?
Do you think the video I sent you last night should be shown on stream?
That was probably one of the weirder things that I've seen.
It makes you laugh every time just thinking about it.
It's like, I don't know. That stuff is just weird. Like, yeah, SF -7. Yeah, it's weird. I don't like it.
Okay, we'll skip it. I got. Yeah, I got.
Yeah, that was certainly a video of all time.
There was a chat to me in the comments about if I by authentic self, do you mean the super ego? I don't have the concept of super ego and what whoever came up with the term means by it process, so I have no idea.
Freud.
I think, yeah.
The super ego, the id, the ego. What is it? Ego, super ego, shadow, id. I think that is. I think that's like the four.
You mixed up Freud and Jung, but I'll accept that.
But I'm not too sure on their positionings though.
They aren't either. So you're in good company.
So does the internet die?
I don't know. He might be back.
Yeah.
There he is.
Anyway, I'm gonna go load up the next clip, but we don't have to watch it right away. So
I accidentally hit the back button and moved myself out of the stream, so I didn't
Yo.
catch any of that.
Me too.
We were just talking about you. All good things though. Sort of.
No, I don't believe it. It's not true.
Oh God. Oh God.
Tribe hates me.
We're all laughing at him. Oh God.
Blame it on the alcohol.
So, Christopher, do you avoid things because you know how they're going to play out?
Yeah,
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
All the time, or just
Yes.
Yeah, like 100% of the time. Because I know how they're gonna play out.
Yeah.
Man.
And when I try,
So
when I try,
that is something that I had to learn. Like that wasn't something that I was. Yeah.
yeah.
I never believed that I was right about how they would play out.
Do you think
And-
that correlates to your social type at all?
No, it has to do just demon in eye and
Yeah, I think
learning
that's
to
true.
trust it.
Yeah, because for me, I'm trying to like on the opposite end. I try to go and like prove it wrong, and then I'm always highly disappointed. So yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, hero and I. But then I had to give in to I guess FB. It's like, well, you're wrong. You just do it anyways. Trust us. Then I did it, and you were wrong. And then my SI takes over and said, you fucked me over, and I hate you. So
From what I understand, if you want to map it to OP, super ego is kind of DE. It's kind of the standards, the social your idea at least of what social standards are.
Huh.
Freud was a weirdo. We just count his opinions here. That's a joke, by the way.
Ah,
Oh, okay.
I can catch it. I'm just thinking about how many times I've like connected with some people online through like me trying to help teach OPS in the community, and like how some of the connections weren't like the most pleasant, and I kind of like knew how they were probably going to end, but like for the sake of like maybe the connection will get better, I would just like hang around and keep it going. And that's
Dude.
why I like feel like I connect that to the social type aspect of it.
I remember the wars and battles that were raged in the subject personality chat. It was-
Oh no.
We don't talk about those. You shut your mouth.
yes, that's why I'm trying to keep most of my work just recorded panels, so most of it's gonna be on the record, because some people just destroy that record. But at least I can roll my narrative and say, well, he destroyed that thing because it made him look bad. But I just try to keep saying public panels, because there's a at least most of the time there's a record of what happened for real.
Yeah, do you ever watch them back? Do you ever take the time to do that? Because that would be exhausting if you do.
I don't watch all of them back, but I do watch important ones back.
Dude, a bit of change of topic.
Are we going to talk about the frog again and the rock?
Do you want to hear about the story of the frog and the rock, Ben?
Turn it into a sexy salamander, and then you got my ear.
So
No, go ahead, Nico. Sorry, just joking.
So this was a. Have you ever had like the perfect storm of tidal waves, where essentially every single like your last animal, your social type, your last two functions, like they all just add up in a culmination of just
Bad things happen in threes. It happens a lot. Yeah,
like they all merge and just
Yep.
cause a absolute catastrophe. Yeah,
Is
that
that an
happened.
actual mathematical like truth or something?
No, it's just
I
a,
don't know.
a saying that people say. But
It's
yeah,
a
pretty much
Well, no,
when one thing,
yeah.
when something's going bad, a whole bunch of things go bad all at once.
it's
Yeah,
a
I'm wondering if there's like an actual underlying mathematic to that or something. I do remember a Vsauce. I'll let you go, Nico. I just want to finish this thought real quick.
It's okay. He's used to being interrupted.
Yeah. Sorry. But I know
He can
that
punch a wall while he's waiting.
Vsauce had a Vsauce had a video where he's explaining how like you can like calculate when unexpected things will come along. Like there's some kind of a math to it. I can't. It's been like 8 years since I watched
Yeah,
it.
but it's probability, and the probability goes up the longer it goes.
Yeah. Anyway, finish
Yeah.
your thought about the frog in the rock.
no. I'm not that
we're
double
saying
assed,
that-
but I swear.
So we were
Well,
talking about when
So yeah,
everything goes wrong.
did
and
something
it
bad
triggers
happen to you this
all
week,
the
Nico? With like all of it all just added up? Is that what we're doing?
The past 2 weeks, yeah.
The past 2 weeks. Yeah, I figured it had something to do with that.
Actually, you're on the phone for like the start of it.
Oh,
I
okay.
guess
Yeah, I was
part-
wondering why you reached out to me, and then we just never talked about it. Okay.
Yeah. I just I wanted like a friend to talk to. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah. First off, the hell could have been like the purgatory could have been much worse. That's like first off. But second off, the tribe found out what I was doing, and they were not happy. You see, I'm a chemist, which involves and an EP, which involves I do dangerous things while being free. And I'm like, okay. Look how I'm justifying all this, by the way.
Yeah.
Just
We're
a
seeing
back,
it.
circle back.
Don't worry.
But you know but what's funny is that it makes this whole issue ironic. That's like the one thing that OPS has, though, is just make everything more like a movie. It's just like, oh, that's ironic. Wow, I'm stuck in a Seinfeld episode, you know. But anyways, so essentially, yeah, doing my thing.
Anyone else feeling a sensory void? Just wanted to check. We'll go back to you. Yeah. Keep
Oh
going, Nico.
yes, I had another video going.
All right.
It's my
I love the
bedtime, so
overview, though, Nico. It's good.
Yay. So I was essentially, doing my own thing with chemistry. And essentially that involved a lot of dangerous chemicals. Considering that it was my thing, I, had the belief it's fine. It's fine. I can, this is handleable. There's this kind of no fear aspect of like what you're working on. That might, I'm not sure, but that's what I have.
That seems silly because when I'm doing chemistry, I don't do it too often. I always make sure I read up on the safety and actually do stuff by the book, so I don't destroy the equipment or destroy my body parts.
Yeah, it's a good.
Well,
good.
Well,
good
the thing
practice,
is, like I know, like I knew the safety stuff. I knew all that. The thing is also,
And actually do it. I know I didn't actually do it, so I don't do stuff I want to keep, like my hands.
But I
good
was
philosophy. I like it.
And I was a collector. Collected and had like.
What do you mean
skillet
was?
Was.
What happened to all your chemicals?
Taken.
See,
FBI
when you were
the
showing all that
FBI
stuff off on
genuinely-
stream, remember we were asking you questions. You're like, no, I know what I'm doing. No, it's all safe. No.
Okay, let me explain. Let me explain myself. So Essentially, I was kind of set up for failure, because I was told essentially that I could have what I couldn't have, and what I was essentially given permission by somebody who didn't have authority, but I thought they had authority. So
Your old chemistry teacher.
Yeah.
Who retired. Yeah.
So a combination of that, having dangerous things and all of that, actually landed me a visit from the FBI.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring was going to happen when I saw that stuff. I'm like, okay, you've got a whole bunch of people around you that don't like you very much. You've got all of this chemistry stuff that can be very potentially dangerous. Yeah, something's going to happen.
Then you see,
Yeah,
and then
you know-
I'd be doing this shit like by myself, and then I'd be asking myself, damn, man, I really have been kind of ostracized for a lot of my life, huh? And then
Well, I mean, it's your own damn fault for showing it to everybody. You should just kept it quiet, kept it to yourself.
Yeah,
that wouldn't have mattered.
Can't keep the secret.
Yeah,
eh?
it would've.
Well, I didn't. You guys weren't even like it. Like that was nothing.
No, I mean, not to us, fine, whatever. But I mean, to your friends and your community over there.
Yeah, no one watches this stream, but
Yeah, exactly.
if I
Thanks, Nate.
if I
Fuck you
do
too.
something dangerous and people that I cared about, well, of course I wouldn't tell them.
That's right.
And that's how I know we're not the same type.
The thing is, though, I was under the belief that
Yep, that's evidence right there.
perfectly fine. Of like, well, I had the permission. I'm doing my own thing. Just genuinely not seeing the tribe, like not at all. Not seeing the tribe, not seeing the
Yeah, you got to be way
not
more
seeing the SI of like
careful
the,
with who you
of,
show,
like, the
that kind of
rules
stuff.
and whatever. Oh, it didn't matter of who I showed. It was just there was more to that.
So Nico, I have a Nico dream. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go for it. I want to hear your Nico dream.
Yeah, so this was sometime within the last week. There was a whole bunch of people in a university lecture hall, like, big lecture room, hundreds of people. And then somehow, at some point, there was 2 chemicals combined, and there was a deadly toxic cloud that was going to kill us all. And I ran out, and I was the first out the door, and Nico was screaming, everybody out, everybody out. And then everyone was like trampling each other. They were all trying to go outside, but people were falling and tripping over the other ones. And it was something like mustard gas or something, because it was choking them. And
was I the guy who made this?
I don't know who mixed the 2 things, but I mean, you look pretty suspicious considering.
What's funny is that I think I told a story similar to that on stream before, which I wonder if you derived it from that. But I don't know.
Well, I just saw you in your dorm room with all your chemicals. Maybe that planted the seed, and that's why I had the dream, because I know you've got all the chemicals.
Yeah,
He had all the chemicals. Past tense.
I had all of my ST sleep and all of that. But yeah, I got a visit from them.
That is really intense that it got that serious that the FBI visited you.
Did they knock on your door and just have a discussion with you, or did they like show up in a SWAT team?
Didn't show up in a SWAT team. The thing was that I was just perfectly compliant throughout the entire thing.
That's good.
So because it was like, oh shit, it was one of those moments where like wasn't seeing the rules, wasn't seeing the people, and it was like oh shit.
Oh, you're gonna fight the
Did
power.
you get fined or arrested?
No.
All right,
No,
you're
none of
good.
that.
You just got it confiscated.
Confiscated, yeah, all of that.
So the FBI lab scientists were probably pretty happy that day. They got a whole bunch of new chemicals.
No. Wasn't that? I was actually kind of lucky because I got to take some of my stuff home.
Oh yeah.
Let me do that. But had the bomb squad called and all of that because they're terrified that I was just like an uber dangerous person that would like shoot up a school or something. And I'm like, oh. And I'm just like, no. I'm like, oh.
You do have Unabomber vibes, Nico. I'm
like, oh God, is that how the tribe sees me? Oh no. It's like, dude, I guess maybe I do. I ain't no. I don't. I am like censor. I am like censor not as intelligent as that guy though, not at all. Like,
you don't have a manifesto you're working on?
I mean, I have like several treatises.
Oh, okay.
But I'm blast last, so I have.
Well, I mean, he was older than you too, so.
Yeah, that's why I keep my enemies closer, because they reveal what the tribe is really thinking. Like I'm a dangerous, just gay witch, but it's really dumb and believes everything people tell me, except I'm difficult and I'm opposites from defiant, and so I don't follow orders. So that's why I keep my enemies close, because they reveal what everyone's thinking. Then I can use that to manipulate you.
That'll just end me in more trouble.
Well, Nico, man, I'm sorry you're sad and you got all of your toys taken away. That sucks.
It hit me. It hit me pretty bad. But you want to know something crazy? Like,
control.
Got control.
No, I saw that coming. You could say I saw that coming too.
Then right,
like,
stock. Did you?
Huh?
Did you really?
It was well. That was a possibility. That was a possibility that I knew of.
Hello.
But you thought it wasn't going to happen because your teacher said it wasn't.
I trusted him as a more authoritative figure. So yeah, it's like, yeah, look, I'll listen to you because clearly you've been around the block more. But the thing is like, yeah, no. Apparently, he had a track record of being another ENTP. Essentially, he looks like the My Pillow guy. Like, he gives like the same vibes as the My Pillow guy. So it's like,
just be careful of the time traveling serial killers that might get you.
I see.
That's right.
Yeah.
So,
David thought I was an ENTP. No way I'm an ENTP, because if the same thing happened to me, I would be angry at that guy for being an ignorant.
Why did the serial killers all go to 1984?
I don't know.
Because
Probably
that was when the news
the
started,
source
and
point.
it pissed off the record companies.
But
you needed to fulfill George Orwell's prophecy.
Yeah, he was about 40 years too early.
Which prophecy?
The book, 1984.
Oh.
Sorry, we interrupted you. Keep going, Hank.
I didn't have anything else to say, really.
I had something to say. Like, the crazy part was, whenever I was kind of getting like interrogated and talked to, they all got the impression of, they all got the impression, they all knew, like, oh shit, this dude was just doing his own thing and like got slapped by reality. Okay, that's what's going on here. He didn't like intend to blow anything up or like destroy anything. Oh, okay. So
I mean, that is what happened, right?
yes, and but they threw around the term like too smart for your own good, whatever. Which I just like, that term is like icky, because, and I'll get to that. But it was,
there was no
because they essentially said, yeah, you are that guy this time. They fucking main charactered me. And instead of like,
what does that mean?
What
does that mean? Main charactered you?
Where they're like, yeah, you are that guy. You are like essentially, I guess you could say, put me on a pedestal or something.
Okay.
Where yeah, you are the main character. This is happening to you. Like you are like this is crazy. You know, all of that. Like
Your lust for squirrel destruction is correct and real.
where I guess like the
Yeah, I agree with the ironic part. This is ironic. You're just another AP that didn't know the rules, that got caught.
Oh yeah, that's the irony. Yeah, that's the insane irony. But it was weird because like the way that they were describing, I don't know if they were deciders, observers, whatever, but it was just kind of like again,
At least you didn't blow up Hank's hands.
They gave you that you are that guy type of talk.
Yeah.
Where I was essentially where, you know, I'm sure like a number one or what, like, right, you know, sure, right. But I'm sure like one of the, you know, there'd be somebody who would be like proud or like take that straight to their ego or whatnot. But for me, all I like the only thing that I had that I was kind of believing more of was just like alienation of like, oh God, I am like, oh God, they're straight up telling me that I am not normal. Oh God. How can I even, oh shit. The tribe has seen me and deemed me as not normal. This isn't good.
That's a wake-up call for you then, huh?
It was the wake-up call. It was also it was also just kind of the sensation of like ostracized, not being ostracized, but like isolation.
Yeah,
like,
put on notice.
Like lonely IP syndrome, I guess you could say. I had that.
Has it given you perspective though about how other people see you?
Yeah, it has, and it concerns me.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like I don't want to be that guy.
Oh, do you feel like you're being like stereotyped as like the school shooter or like the weird isolated person?
They're giving him a narrative and he's not picking his own narrative. They're controlling the narrative for him.
Yeah, I get that. But like, what is the narrative that
it was the sensation of I was like being praised.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Like, oh my God, you have like such a career ahead of you, you know.
I mean,
and I'm just
dude,
like,
they're FBI agents. They're not like the cream of the crop. You know what I'm saying? Like,
ouch.
I wouldn't take too much praise from that.
Yeah, it says the man who has what did Hank say? The stream nobody shows up to.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I'm not making any claims of myself. I'm just saying the FBI agents.
No, I know. I'm just.
Hey man, I've got like 12 likes on Instagram, so leave me alone.
You deserve every one of those 12.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if the FBI saw the chemicals here, well, if we put the chemicals up on screen here, the FBI wouldn't see it. I'm just saying it.
Yeah, I got you.
That's. I don't know. For a second there, Hank, I thought you were gonna start talking about like what you would have done, and I'm like, this is exactly why I had them and not you.
Well, I wouldn't tell you what I would have done, which is why they won't find mine.
Well, now you said it.
Well, Ben, thank you for having me on. I gotta go to sleep. It was a fun time.
Yeah, thanks for coming, man.
All right,
Nice to meet
see you, man.
See you guys later.
I need to go as well.
You know where to find me.
Yep.
Riding the dragon's neck, right?
I'm gonna be heading out too, guys. Yeah, just EP fuck off. There you go.
Like it.
Well, that's interesting. That's a good story.
It was, but it gave me the.
And you have all the chemicals you used to have. At least you have video evidence. They were all on stream.
Yeah.
You can nostalgically look back at the stream that no one watches, and
I didn't.
Maybe it'll get famous when you become this mad genius in the future. You'll be like, hey, yeah, look at the stream of Benjamins.
When your manifesto is released, they will
I used to
Oh,
have chemicals
I've
when I
always-
was a kid.
But on a real note, guys, what do you do if you're just like constantly, if you essentially, I guess you could say, are constantly getting glazed by the tribe for like your intellect? Technically, I know you
Give him
guys.
the
Like,
middle finger.
I mean, I would not feel very flattered in your situation, dude. Like
I wouldn't
some
either.
people,
I don't
you
either.
pissed off some people, and they collectively called the FBI on you. Like, I don't think that's something to be proud of.
Yeah.
No,
If a bunch of dummies call me smart, what difference does it make? They're dumb anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
That
But then I'm
too.
just like, but then I'm like, okay, well, how do I know if they're like dumb or not? Like, how, like, I'm sitting here like
Test them. Test them.
test them.
I had a teacher that lost his shit on a student.
But it's like I don't see them.
He was trying to motivate him. He's like, you have to pay attention to school in school. Like that way you can do what you want in the future. Like he was trying to motivate him in school. And the kid like goes to the teacher. He's like, yeah, you know, I always had this dream of being a grade 7 art teacher. The teacher just lost his shit. But it's like that's it. It's like this. I don't know. You're giving too much value to these FBI people who are crazy.
I think I am too. Because it was also like, oh god. Because it was also at the same time I'm like, oh god, is that how normies see people like me?
Right.
But I don't know. Like, it's an observer fuck off. It's like an observer tribe fuck off where it's like, I don't know. I can't see them. I don't even have TE. Like, what?
Yeah, just processing self and tribe. Yeah.
Yeah, just know Ben's probably right, and the FBI agents are probably like mid on the thinking spectrum.
Yeah.
I got interrogated. I got interrogated by basically Jason Statham. Looked exactly like him. Acted like him too.
Did he drive your chemicals away in a cool car?
Yeah, he had like apparently according to like one of my tribe members, he had like a super cool car.
You know what's funny? The book I like, I Never Split the Difference, was written by an FBI agent.
But
so that's hilarious.
He was one
Chris
of the,
Voss, yeah, but he's actually clever.
Yes, he is actually
no, hostage negotiator. Yeah.
He
He wasn't some guy who was just getting called to a college student with chemicals. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he had real crimes to take care of.
Exactly. I mean, Nico, you should have broken out a little bit of Joker play with them.
Oh god.
Talking about the world burning and that kind of thing, and then you might have gotten to meet someone like on Chris Voss's level.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what I
do.
do.
Go search my computer for a manifesto.
Yeah. You have to. Yeah. You should have said, "Look, I wasn't going to blow anything up. My manifesto is not ready yet."
It's not the time.
So, well, yeah. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to like do anything all that would like cause people pain or anything like that. So it's like.
I mean, you brought us a lot of joy.
Whenever the tribe shows up and they're like terrified and angry, it's like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was definitely an entertaining story though, so I feel like it was worth it.
It's definitely a story of all time.
Yeah. Hey, it was pretty funny. Me and Nico were talking for a good like hour at the end of after the last stream ended. We were just hanging out, and I think we talked for like a straight like hour, somewhere around an hour.
I think 45 minutes,
maybe 45. But it was like straight nothing talk. Like I don't think we talked about one real thing for 45 minutes straight.
Oh, it was all NT abstract. Yeah, it was just pure NT abstract. You would have hated it then.
Yeah, I can imagine him being triggered. Anyway, we can go with the video.
But anyways, guys, I gotta head out.
All right, thanks for jumping on, Nico. Thanks for sharing your exciting story.
Yeah,
Oh
Peace,
God,
bro.
that was a moment of growth. Anyways, see ya.
See ya.
Later. Share the manifesto when you get it. So what are we looking at here, Christopher?
Oh yeah. So if Annie is still around, she's the only good judge here. But because we were talking
Yeah, I'm
about how
here.
sweet, because we were talking about how earlier you guys were talking about how attractive people were. My question for everybody is this guy hot?
Oh,
Not so far. I need to see him move, and
I
can
think
you
I've-
send me
yeah.
a shirt so I can see what he smells like?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
I think I've seen this this one.
Oh, really?
Whoa.
Hello.
You're not real.
You are not.
You are not real.
I'm real.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No.
Why?
You don't look real.
But
Fuck.
I'm real.
This is not real, but my God, you are.
I am.
It looks so real. Hold on. What can you do that I can? Hate yourself.
Hate myself?
Oh my God, it is real. No, it's not.
No, he has no emotion. There's nothing in his eyes. Hate yourself.
Hate myself.
Put your hand up. Oh, hold up three.
It is real.
Hold up 3 fingers.
It's real.
Oh my God! Wow, you're beautiful.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
no.
Not to me. He's well, I mean, he's too young.
He's a femboy.
He's not a
That's
man.
the kind of reactions they get.
Yes,
Yeah.
femboy indeed.
Yeah, he's just not a man.
I feel like too much makeup.
I think he's gonna star in the next Dune, right? Timothy Chalamet's.
Yeah, probably.
He doesn't look like he could fix the dishwasher if it broke.
There's a guy in the community, Riley, who's apparently something like this. He's a model as well, and he's a femboy, and he gets that kind of attention. It's yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Everyone's attracted to something different.
Yeah, it's especially interesting to me processing like why are the women freaking out about him not being real? Is there a bunch of AI on Omegle, whatever it's called? Like I don't.
It looks like there's probably a bunch of filters on.
I mean, yeah, there's scams and stuff on Omegle. I tried going on there to meet friends. It's not something you want to do.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Omegle. It's just a bunch of you keep skipping, and it's just a bunch of people just whacking off. That's what it is.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's gross.
Pretty much.
I don't get like, does anybody do those like AI boyfriend things? Because it sounds so stupid.
Some people.
I don't do it. It's but first of all, it's just a spyware. It's spyware. The ISO will record everything, send it back, and they'll send you a bunch of ads, which I already blocked. So,
But like, what would anyone get out of it? Like, if you know that it's fake, and like, say you have an AI boyfriend that's learning you, and it's telling you what you want to hear.
Porn
it's
is fake too,
it's
and people
not-
watch porn.
yeah, and some people don't know that's fake, so or they don't care that's fake.
Yeah, I mean, in our day and age, from what I've kind of heard people talking about, and it's like part of the loneliness epidemic, supposedly.
Yep.
But I don't understand how you could muster the suspension of disbelief required to pretend that you're connecting with it. How does that help your loneliness?
I think those people are so
fakeness of it-
low on the scale that they don't even know what reality is.
There is that aspect, but then there's also it's meeting your needs on a very fundamental level that like another person doesn't do, like the low risk connection, no fear of rejection, total acceptance, feeding your ego, praising you where you want to be praised, like all this kind of stuff. It's very dopamine addictive.
It's fast food.
Fast food, yeah, fast food
relationship
relationships.
or something.
Yeah.
Okay, how much?
How much what?
How much does it cost?
You can get a free one. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But the free one doesn't seem as real or isn't as convincing, right?
No, you pay for
I
like
kind of just
clothing and hair and audio messages and all that kind of stuff. You pay for all these extra features.
But that wouldn't. I mean, if you want deep connection and like a deep conversation, can it do that?
It can mimic that, yeah, and it'll only get better. It's at the worst state it is now.
I almost want to like try it out, but I feel like it probably costs money. It's like a subscription.
No, it doesn't cost money. Like I remember seeing some of the older reviews where like they got a software update and it just completely like re-updated the person they were talking to, and it's like they killed their best friend, and they got all traumatized from this because like they updated the AI.
Yeah.
Do you think that I would fall for that though?
No.
Anyone, I don't think you would. I think anyone can if they want to.
Yeah.
Have you seen that movie Her with Joaquin?
Oh yeah,
Phoenix?
yeah.
Yeah, it's like
I
that.
love that one. Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
no,
that's why I
it's
wouldn't want to use a online language model. I would use a local one, so it only updates when I wanted to.
The worst part about it is it teaches you how to not have good interactions. It teaches you how to have interactions with someone who's completely pleasing you and kissing your feet. And
yeah, it's not a good trainer for real life.
That's right.
Like a real relationship, and you got to compromise and you got to give and take, and
it creates that wall. Like you can never again be in a real relationship because you've already had this dopamine fake relationship.
Yeah, it's sort of like that paradox of choice type thing where you're so far down in it that reality would be so painful.
Well, then again, people say that about me on panels and say, well, that doesn't count. Well, there's really nothing I can do that does count except be a literally different person. So why should I care about your judgment?
Yeah.
Hey, Ben, I wanted to harass you about something.
Yeah, go for it, Chris.
So maybe my vibe checker is just off. The beginning of last stream seemed like a major frick off with Dave. Is he doing okay? Are you bullying him too much? What's going on?
I am trying to talk to him. He is right now taking a break.
Okay.
So we'll see. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was checking with him, but he never responds to me anyway. So I
Yeah. He responds to me in drums sometimes. This is always him. But I hope he gets better. And yeah, everything I do with him is there's a purpose for it. He's choosing his roles, and he's got to figure out how to choose different roles. We're working on it.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought was going on last time, and I was wondering because he does put himself in the position of like being the bullied person, kind of. If I don't know if that's quite how you'd see it, but if that's how you would describe it from like maybe there's more going on that I don't know about. Explain.
Yeah, like so. Yeah, I don't want to talk about him when he's not here, but we're working on it. We'll work on it. We'll work on it.
Okay. Yep.
It's like sometimes you're in a situation and you interpret the situation in a certain way, and then that puts you in that role, even though that's not what was really happening.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. And that's from trauma and stuff like that. And so, yeah, the only way to get out of trauma is to be in that traumatic experience again and choose differently.
Okay. Yeah.
I was actually really, really, really worried about him all weekend, and I didn't hear back from him either, and so
he barely knows me, so I didn't really expect him to reach out, so that's fine. I just wanted to kind of check with you guys.
I have a feeling a bunch of people reached out to him then, if you guys all did. Yeah,
I did, just like the next day, like, hey, how you doing?
Yeah, I reached out to him too, and he said, maybe I'll talk in a couple of days, but
okay,
whatever, give him time, he'll come around.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we can move on from that then. I just wanted to kind of see what
I think a big part of it had nothing to do with the stream or anything else. I think it was just a general sleep crash in his life that he was seeing coming, and it hit him. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him about a sleep crash when he comes back.
Yeah, we'll pick him apart and bully him over it.
Maybe not bring up any.
Yeah.
I was just wondering how, because like if he could feel it coming. And he knew it was coming. I'm just interested to know. Well, he's young.
Yeah, he's kind of buying into the Dave narrative at least too, where it's like, yeah, just burn faster. Like you can feel it coming, but just go through it anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, I try to just relax a bit and get the power back myself, because when I did used to be try to just crash through it to get further, well, it didn't get me far enough, so I don't care as much.
Yeah, I don't know how I quite feel. I assume you mean the Dave Powers narrative. I don't know if I.
Yeah, the
quite-
Dave Powers narrative. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I quite.
He says when you're young, you're supposed to fuck up and just go all in on your saviors and crash, and that's good for you, or which.
Probably, I heard that too. I believe that didn't work for me.
Yeah, I don't think that works either. I think that's bullshit, but
same. Anyway, moving on, because I don't want to. Yeah, I don't.
You gave another link?
No, I actually wanted to explain my computer situation from last week, so I thought it was really interesting, and maybe this will be boring as crap, but I'll go for it anyway. So I went through. If nobody knows here, my computer, I'm using it currently right now. Last week, it wasn't letting me get on any web browser, and it's telling me there was a DNS error.
Yeah, I remember.
So me and Ben, we were kind of bouncing back and forth, and I was trying to go through all the protocols online, just like whatever Google gives you to fix it, and it was like turning off the firewall.
Yeah, reboot your firewall to reboot your computer. This one, I get that every once in a while once things are running too long. So reboot the firewall, and if it doesn't work right after that, just reboot the computer afterwards. It's pretty simple. Unless the firewall crashes.
Right, but that wasn't working, right?
Yeah, so it was a very, very unique problem. I'm surprised I even fixed it.
Yeah, unless the firewall itself crashed, then you have to literally get the DNS server back up on the firewall.
Yeah, well, so what happened, what I ended up doing is I found an interesting setting in my computer on like the security section where it was talking about, I can't remember the exact term, I could pull it up, but it was like memory security of some kind, and I was trying to get that to work because it said it was incompatible with some drivers, and so I was thinking maybe the applicant, because I tried all the standard stuff, none of that was working. I looked through everything I could online, and none of it was working. So, and this took like 4 hours to figure out. So I was trying to figure out what driver was incompatible, not making that particular security thing work, and I thought maybe it would be connected. It was just kind of a crapshoot. And so I ended up figuring out from this other website, if you open up your command, I think it's the command window, if I'm not mistaken, Windows and R, and you type in msconfig, then it will boot up a window where you can turn off the services that are running on your computer.
Yep.
And then you do a safe reboot is what it was, I think.
Yeah, safe mode. You boot in the safe mode and lost something important. Right?
Yep. So I hit all the Microsoft applications, and I turned off all the others, and the browsers were working again. So I'm like, okay, it's one of these applications that's screwing up my browsing. So then I went through painstakingly, and I turned them off by like sections. There was like 7 on a before I had to scroll, and so then I would like go through and I'd check all those ones, turn them on, restart the computer, see if the browser still worked, and then I just repeated the process until I finally hit like a group of 7. And the browser didn't work anymore. And there is apparently, because I was messing with some things on my computer the other day with my task manager, where I was trying to turn off some ones that were applications that were booting up on start that I didn't want them to. And I did a couple of other things that I can't remember, and that was part of the problem. And apparently there's an application that was on my computer called the Killer Intelligence Center, which optimizes internet connection for gaming. I didn't realize that's what it was, and there is a setting to turn on to like optimize my gameplay, so I just turned it on, and then I figured like, oh, I'll play a game, see if I notice any difference in performance or whatever. Well, it's for the internet, so whatever that switch did, it was literally just one switch. I think that was the one that then for some reason I assume it was probably not allocating like resources.
Yeah, it sounds like maybe, I'm guessing it sounds like maybe it changed your ports or something on your computer.
Yeah.
And then your DNS is supposed to work through other ports.
Either it's supposed to work through other ports, or turn it off, literally just stopped it from requesting an IP address.
Yeah. Right. That sounds like it too. Yeah, I think.
So anyway, I deleted
Well,
those applications and
it's good that you figured that out. Yeah, good for you, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you're in our user land because you're turning application services on and off. So I wouldn't be able to know it out before actually having to troubleshoot it. So
yeah,
it's a good thing you were smart enough to figure it out.
My dad wrote a textbook. He was into pinball machines back in the day, and so he was fixing a pinball repair guy, like just before university sort of thing. But then he ended up writing a textbook on how to do pinball repair or whatever, and he ended up, yeah. But that was his process too. Is like, okay, if you have a problem in the pinball machine, is like you test half of the board and see which half is causing the problem, and then you divide that in half again and see which half there is causing the problem, and eventually you'll get to the problem really quick.
Yep.
Within like 3 or 4 moves. Yeah.
Yeah.
You were doing it in groups of 7, but similar.
Now I got that song "Pinball Wizard" stuck in my head.
Oh yeah. It's funny that was a thing, eh? Pinball machines. Who knew?
dude, those are awesome. I love pinball machines. All right, well, I guess we can. I don't remember what the next one I sent was, but we can go to that if you want.
Sure. Let's take a look.
Oh, this. Okay. This is weird.
What's that?
So this is an ad for that I got, and I went and looked up because I was so weirded out by this ad. I figured I'd share it with everybody.
Okay.
Sometimes a human go doing thing away from pet, cause no can bring. They touch fingers on a magic square, big sitter on a rover, who very care. Are they away? Maybe feel
Love food.
so happy.
What's up?
Send your human a sign, show them you big happy. Slaw jewel on skin face, it calmed them down. Give for gift in the drink, so they no frown. Your human tells sitter to scratch your butt place. Feel so good, you make that weird face. You're with sitter who treats special like should. So let your human know that you all good. You all good.
Am I the
I'll
only
be
one triggered by that?
I'll be disappointing you if you didn't make money off of that ad.
That sounds like a Weird Al AI trying to do a funny jingle. Holy cow!
Yeah. So
yeah,
you better make money off of that, or I'm disappointing you.
Yeah, I hated the way that the voicing of it. But what about it? What did you think about it?
Yeah, the voicing. So I went, is this like because I always listen to YouTube. I rarely watch it just because I'm at work. So I was listening to something and that popped up, and like the noise was immediately like grating the way the voice was. I don't know. I don't want to be mean to that child or whatever, but like whatever was going on there, it was awful, and I didn't know what I was listening to. I couldn't even understand the words being strung
That is
together.
no
because
child.
It was so confusing.
It was hard to understand.
And then I looked at this.
I don't know if it's trying to simulate it or not, but this is basically when Chinese people, like Chinese, try to translate things into English. This is kind of how it comes out.
Yeah.
But then they were like human, like that never would have been a Chinese translation, right? So like that was on purpose. So they were trying to cutesy copy at the same time. Yeah. Something like that.
And I've heard people anthropomorphize dogs and give them voices, and sometimes it's so good, and that was just not good.
Yeah, that's the thing is like, I looked down and I was shocked to realize it was an animal commercial. I'm like, huh?
It sounds like an advertisement for a cult.
But that's, it's
like
a
Uber
real
Pets.
dilemma. Like, when my partner is going out of town in November, his dog has never been without him, and she's going to freak out. And I've already planned to take the first 48 hours off. She's just not going to understand it.
Yeah.
And so I'm already like trying to create new rituals with her that are only for me and her, so that I can somehow make her feel more comfortable when he leaves. And I'm going to have all the best snacks, and, you know, they're going to get like gourmet dinners every night. I think she's really going to really be confused. But my dog does TV. And so when I've been out of town, I do Zoom, and he gets it, you know, because he's a TV watcher. Yeah. But she doesn't watch TV, even when there's like horses or dogs on the TV, and we have a huge screen and we point, and we tell her like, do you see the horse? And she doesn't get it. And then my dog is just all about it, like focusing. Yeah. Anyway, I'm nervous about
I don't know
it.
about like the new TVs, but like there's something weird with the refresh rate, and then the way their eyes actually work. It's not like TVs aren't designed to show pictures to dogs. They're designed to show pictures to humans.
Dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, we use a projector. I don't know what kind of frame rate
okay.
it uses. Yeah, it's a big. The whole wall is.
That's probably better than
screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's super
But my
cool.
dog, he likes, even like for some reason, John Oliver. He just like sits there and watches intently, and I'm like, he's not even moving. Like, I don't understand what he likes about John Oliver. And the you know, the car guys, the Top Gear guys.
Oh yeah.
He loves those guys.
Well, you should show him this video. Maybe he'll like this one.
And I don't want to watch it again. It's really
That's what I
annoying.
would've said.
Yeah.
Dang, I didn't think that one would actually be a conversation piece, but it ended up working.
It was relevant to me because I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an Uber for dog sitters, basically. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Just a bad commercial for it.
Unfortunately.
And no, I didn't get paid
I
for that
would-
because no one watches my channel.
Christopher should have got paid for that because
Oh.
he's torturing himself.
No, I wouldn't take their money. They made that bad commercial. I don't want their money. There was
I
actually
wouldn't trust a big like middleman corporation with my dog. You know, I don't trust Uber. You know,
Yeah.
I would find like a family friend or like a real small time dog sitter that I really trusted.
Yeah, that company could be run by time traveling serial killers. You never know.
They could. That's true.
Analogy Commander. Do I know you by chance? Do I
No,
know who you are? No.
no one knows me. No,
No. So you
I'm from
have
the
you
future.
have you been on the stream before?
Yeah, several times. Yeah.
Okay.
He wasn't here last week.
Okay.
He'd better have a good excuse though.
Yeah, I was time traveling.
Okay.
Well, I like your nice eye candy.
Checkers
that
you
you're
out.
giving.
What's that?
Got an Instagram, a whole bunch of different pictures. It's pretty good.
Yeah. I was saying I like your eye candy that you're giving to us.
Oh, thanks.
Mhm.
I have like a missing information thing. That guy that left, the snake guy, he sounded American, but he said he was going to bed. Doesn't make any sense.
He works third shift.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Or I think I got the shift right. Whichever one has
Yes.
him first.
Mm.
Yeah, it works really early in the morning, like I do.
Yeah. That's why part of the reason why last week I referred to him as the Olm, I guess is how you say it, salamander. They live in the cave because he's on reverse time too. But
Gotcha.
anyway, yeah. Oh yeah, and then Ben, the reason why I sent you that email was just because I didn't get. I was like a little scared because I didn't get the vibe clocked before you left, so I wanted to make sure everything was all cool. I figured.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good. All good. Don't worry about it.
I was like, I just want to.
Yeah.
Make sure.
So that was a copyright strike or whatever. They just took down the video until I fixed it.
Okay.
So I basically just edited out that section that was copyrighted.
Okay.
So you have us reacting to the video, but not the actual video.
Yeah, I was outside doing yard work last week, and you were bringing that on. Like, Christopher was like, "Oh, I'll put this on." I'm like, "Oh, you're gonna get hit. You're gonna get hit. Don't do it."
Oh, you knew it, eh?
Yeah.
I knew it.
I knew it too, but it's okay.
I felt really stupid afterwards because I'm like, I should have thought about it. I knew it too, but I just didn't think about the fact that he was associated with Netflix. I don't know if that's necessarily why, but that's probably
No, that is necessarily why. That's explicitly the reason.
Okay.
Yeah, Warner Brothers is very. They'll take down stuff. There's several that are very, very.
Particular.
Yeah, very, very quick on the draw to take down that kind of stuff. Yeah, Warner Brothers, Netflix. Can't remember who else.
Nintendo, Disney.
Disney. I think Disney is maybe not for like trailers, but other stuff they are.
Yep.
Well,
I can't believe that nobody watched your presidential debates. That's interesting.
I mean, people did. People were commenting about it on Facebook. I just can't personally stomach it. I can't. It makes me
YouTube
really
wanted me to
uncomfortable.
watch some news clips about it, but I didn't want to.
Yeah, I didn't want to either. I didn't watch the debate, which I could have watched live, and I didn't watch any clips about it yet because it would be a waste of my time.
Yeah, I my wife put it on, so I was kind of like half listening to it, but debates like that are triggering to me because the point is just to kind of I feel like to me anyway, it comes off as the point is to just present yourself well. The information doesn't really matter most of the time.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's fine. It has a purpose, I suppose. It's just not what I want.
I think what people were tuning in for was Kamala was kind of radio silent for the longest time. And this is the first time she's actually on camera with the press answering questions.
Oh, yeah, that's true, huh?
Yeah.
Well, she did do that other one, didn't she? That was on. She had like one other short interview. I thought it was recent. But
is there going to be more debates, or is that it?
They want to, I guess.
I don't know. Like both sides will claim victory. It'll be like, oh, did you see?
They already did. Yeah, they already both claimed victory.
Yeah, I don't know. It's stupid.
Well, it doesn't make sense to claim defeat when you want to convince people that you won.
I mean, they invest so much money, and it's like really just for about, I don't know,
optics.
No, it's like 100,000 people that are going to change their vote. Like they're not.
Yeah,
they don't care about anyone in most states. They only care about the swing states.
Yeah, but from the last election, yeah, it might make a difference.
Right.
Well, they say that every year, so every election is the most important election ever.
Last election,
yeah, for real.
Yeah, I've been hearing that all my life.
Literally,
I remember them saying that in the '80s with Reagan.
Yeah, well, it's good to know that the pattern hasn't just been affecting me in my life.
Yeah, I remember the year 2000 with Bush and the hanging Chad voting thing. It's like nonstop. It's still the same. Everything is nonstop tomfoolery. That's all it is.
Yeah. Oh, I was curious. I assume Hank and Analogy Commander, you're both from America?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ben, why are you catching up on American politics?
I don't know.
Well, I do know. I do know, but I want to say it.
Oh, you don't want to say it? All right.
I don't want to say it, but I do know.
You do know. Okay.
Secret.
Well, isn't American politics sort of have an effect on the rest of the world, even though
Yeah,
just
I mean,
by
for
who's
sure.
elected or whatever can affect
what
happens
I
in
guess
places. So that's why it has internet.
we are a very interconnected world.
Yeah,
for sure. Oh, I was just thinking. I think it was last week. Ben, you mentioned that it might have been the week before. You mentioned you were talking about the information, the fact that information flow right now is going to become like exponential growth with information, with like AI and all that stuff, and how I think that's what you were talking about, if my memory is serving me right. And then you were saying how this was like something that we don't have to reflect back on the pattern of history because this hasn't really been a pattern. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, something like I do know something what you're talking about.
Okay. I was just thinking, I don't think it's like anything we can really compare, but I would say that you could connect the printing press, although I haven't
You can't.
studied it.
Yeah.
you could probably see it in some kind of miniature, similar things. And
The printing press is one that they often bring for new technology. It's just that the printing press was like in the middle of, I don't know, they had the industrial revolution after and all that kind of stuff, but it wasn't so accelerated. Like if you think in the last 100 years, how much change has happened, like humans are great at adapting to change, but like there's a limit, everyone gets unsettled with too much change.
It's like
and
the order of magnitude is much greater, right?
Yeah.
Because like you need to find a stability after change. Like change is fine, but then you need to find the new normal.
Yeah.
And you need that transition period. And like it's just keep coming. Like there's no new normal. It's just like more and more change.
Yeah.
Zoom, gotta accelerate.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was thinking about that, and I was like, if we were to take like the typology framework and apply it to history, does that mean that historically, if you were to look back in time, would the OEs, assuming it filters back in time like this, would the OEs throughout history be more OI, and now the OIs are more OE than the, like, in the sense that the OEs wouldn't, how much new can you really find when you're kind of in your isolated village in the middle of the 1300s or whatever, just something I was thinking about a little bit.
I mean, and before revolutions, you have these traditions that sort of stick around and form some kind of solid basis for society. And yeah, maybe the EPs would fight against traditions a little bit, but overall, like traditions grew and like they're just, I forget what that quote is, but like traditions are experiments that worked or something like that.
Yeah.
And they just add up over time. And like, it's very revolutions are designed to get rid of those and like reset society and get rid of traditions. But like, we don't have a revolution now, but we are destroying a lot of traditions in the name of being cool and hip, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like progressivism is like this revolution without a revolution.
Yeah. It feels like almost like maybe this isn't quite right, but it feels like the postmodern cat is out of the bag, and now people don't want to, like, there's no stability in what people believe and how we should act and things like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is arguably, there are a lot of difficult problems with that I don't think we've solved, but it's just like we can't have just no stability and no congruence in our societies.
Yeah. And we had a media age for a long time where the stability was given to us through these, brainwashing channels where people were just believing the narratives and the narratives were helping us stay calm and all that kind of stuff. But that's even gone now. No one's trusting the media anymore.
Yeah.
So I wanted to bring this one, Lauren, if you're watching, she sent it to me this week.
Let's check it out.
Kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here,
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he a president? But we have a president that doesn't know he's alive.
your time is up.
He's alive.
It's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this
Yeah, they
war.
cut him off. Yeah, I don't know. It was entertaining. He makes good content.
Yeah.
Well, we know that he just doesn't govern well, which is what the issue is.
Yeah, but I mean, like the debate is there to, yeah. It's just a train wreck, you know. How can you look away? Like, I don't get it.
100%. Yeah.
because the train's running into me, so I have to look away, or I'll be even more shocked when it hits me. But I make it lucky and avoid it.
I don't know. I see myself as, if you guys are familiar with Dungeons and Dragons, there's like the 9.
Yeah, lawful good.
Yeah.
9 alignments, yes.
Yeah, I see myself as chaotic neutral, so I'm just here for the ride and I'll laugh along the way.
Sure, you're the IJ who claims he's chaotic. That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I don't know, man. Try to get me triggered. I dare you.
I usually drift back and forth from chaotic good and lawful evil.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we can wind this down. It's about that time.
All right.
We lost Jared and Annie. They just bounced on me.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try to take the keys and host it for you. Let's just cut it. I mean, I host the shortest panels ever. I mean, the last one I hosted, no one was allowed up but me. I just got a 3-minute video showing Illuminati how YouTube worked.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not very integrated in the panelverse here for some reason.
Except for me.
Except for you, and sometimes other people come on, but
Yeah, did the Machine Lies come out yet?
he came on at the very beginning. Yeah, he came on once. That's why I was jumping on his channel a couple times.
Yeah, so you have me and the Machine Lies, and
then we had what's that guy?
Flow State, maybe.
Yeah, Flow State was around. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there was this other guy who keeps coming back. Forget his name. He doesn't actually have a panel, but he jumps on panels a lot, and he's known, and he was streaming it to his channel.
It's Denizen. He has a panel.
Denizen, that's the one.
He has a panel now.
Oh, he does? Okay.
And he has a Discord server too.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so
That's
Denizen's been on a couple of. Oh, here we go. Hey, Lauren.
Was he the guy that hopped on 2 weeks ago and was asking you about Israel or something like that?
Yep, that's right. That's him.
Okay. Yeah.
And he brought a couple of people with him.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're not really. I don't think Illuminati's ever been on, but I've seen him around.
Yeah, he thinks he's INFJ now. That's hilarious.
Does he?
Yeah,
He might be. He might be.
Maybe, but I don't believe it.
He's easy to bully.
He's a locale.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have anything else to say at the moment. See you later.
Yeah.
All right. Later, dude. Yeah. Well, thanks for watching, guys, and yeah, see you next week, I guess. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah.
I'll hit the end stream.